And we're live. We're back with the midnight session. Super
Oh,
exciting because it's midnight in Singapore. What time is it over there, Neil?
11 a.m. Eastern. Much easier on me than you, I think, at this point.
Probably, yeah. Because midnight normally is a time for people to rest and sleep and really, have complete rest, right? I'm still like pushing on because I'm enjoying every minute of this festival so far. And people like you re-energize me.
Well, you're bringing more energy than I can. Let me see what I can do to amp up. It seems like you might have had some caffeine to get through this session. Well, and thank you for doing this. It's I'm happy to be on.
I have loads of Red Bull as well. So thank you for coming on, agreeing to do this with me together, Neil. So we know that you're the co-founder and CEO at Headliner. And everyone's been talking about Headliner recently. And I noticed that because I check out my LinkedIn newsfeed a lot. And we have been following some of your fantastic articles as well. So in this maybe a short conversation, right, under slightly less than 30 minutes, I hope that you can share some answers to the questions that our community has prepared for you.
Yes. Let's shoot. We're happy. Yes, we've been Headliner's been embraced globally. I think my partner was telling me we're used in like over 150 countries at this point. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I'm ready. Shoot.
Fantastic. First question. I think it's something that I think last year was a turbulent year. Of course, with Black Lives Matter and the movement actually sparking off other sub-movements as well. So I think it's great to maybe start off this show with the diversity question and something that's more on my mind as well. So I understand that you recently posted something about why podcasting tech has a race problem, and you actually have been a part of it. So I was really surprised to read that. Maybe can you walk me through how this transpired and what actually motivated you to write that article in the first place?
Yeah. Well, I think well, thanks for the question first. I feel like, honestly, this past year has been kind of a learning experience for me through Black Lives Matter as well. So as a minority, and I think there's a spectrum of minorities actually and how they're treated. I never really felt the responsibility to advocate on behalf of other minorities historically, since I was a minority. I mean, I would agree and so on, but I never really spent time thinking through my responsibility, almost like it wasn't necessarily something I needed to, since I was a minority, essentially copping out of it. And so this past year, there was a few things that happened, and you mentioned about podcasting and so on. So Nick Qua, Hot Pod newsletter, which is pretty much the insider or very common newsletter in podcasting, wrote this piece. I think it was in February around race and really the overall structural issue of podcasting right now being run by essentially white males, and a lot of the acquisitions happening in that vein. And I think his general conclusion was, given podcasting has a very diverse and rich creative class, how he's hoping for that to also happen on the management or on the kind of business side of it. Definitely worth talking to him for his take on it. But that's what I took out of it. And I actually, upon reading it, felt my initial reaction was like, what do you expect? And this isn't just a podcasting thing. This is I think a lot of businesses and overall media in general, right? But my attitude, I think, prior Black Lives Matter was always like, just like, it is what it is. Just keep heads down, keep doing what you're doing, keep fighting, and you'll get value anyways. And I think that level of acceptance was actually the wrong thing. And it came to me over the course of Black Lives Matter and so on. And so you're mentioning this Medium post that I wrote. We got called out by one of our users, African-American lady, who noticed some part of our software with our stock image libraries not promoting a diverse kind of set of people. And when I looked into it, I saw the problem. Again, I kind of dismissed it as not my problem. And through Black Lives Matter, I guess I had my own awakening of my responsibility to do more for this set of users. And even though I am a minority, I think prior Black Lives Matter, I thought being a minority almost meant I didn't have to do as much, and it wasn't my problem to help beyond just being in that minority. But post Black Lives Matter, or through that process, I felt actually it's the opposite. I actually have more responsibility. And so we tried to essentially improve our product and make note of it. And I think I wrote that piece, and I would have never written something like that before. I think because I also feel like Nick Kwa's article, and Black Lives Matter reinforced to me that it's important to vocalize these things in general, because that attitude of acceptance, which I was under for a long time, is actually only propagating the problem. Yeah. And so it was a crazy year, crazy time. And obviously this has been going on for a really long time, and it just kind of bubbled up for a number of reasons. But it was definitely a growth year for me in this aspect. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. And my next question is about something that you touched on, that a feedback from your user, yeah. And because you're so blindly customer centric, you really listen deep and hard what your customers say back to you, or feedback to you, and it actually inspire you, or it causes you to react with, actually making a headliner to license image libraries from popular stock photo companies to help podcasters better market their content via video, right? So,
Yeah.
And it was solving a problem that persists because much of all the media actually they don't provide enough images of diverse people and their stories around the world. So you actually feel that gap. You took that feedback seriously and you acted upon it.
Yeah. No, thank you. I mean, again, my attitude was of acceptance and kind of ignorance around it, I'd say, in general. But when you get called out, I mean, I think, look, we're a small team, 10 people, but influencing a lot. I mean, we've got hundreds of thousands of podcasters who use our software now. We make millions of videos. Thank you, Didi. Oh, this is cool. These messages, but we've got millions of videos getting made all the time. And if we don't make a change, it only propagates the same issue, right? So, I mean, look, nine times out of 10, when you get a message like I got, which is basically, calling me out or calling our company out, you're like, oh man, but the person had a point, and I didn't even know. This was Ingrid Green, again, in that Medium post, which I guess I can link to, or I'll try to get after the fact. And it was something I think until Black Lives Matter, I didn't really feel like it was our responsibility as a small company to solve the market's problem. But I kind of changed my mind through that process and thought we needed to do more, and we could do more. And it's about just helping each other and helping these companies. So this is a super small, just to kind of give you the landscape. So there's these mega companies in the photo stock library kind of space, household names like Getty and so on. And then there's these small upstarts that are here trying to solve some of the problems with this, which is, if you look at these libraries, if you do a search for work or school or what have you, 9 times out of 10 or almost all the time, you'll find that the images are of white Caucasian people. And there should be those images for sure, but there should also be some diversity in those images to reflect what really is the truth, at least in America and for other countries of the world. And that wasn't there in those libraries. So congrats to like Tonal, and I think there's a few others now. TONL.co is the company we used to integrate. And we went, and these companies have a tough time because the funding's not there. Also because of these systematic issues with race, they're targeting these what people would consider niche type of opportunities, but they're really necessary. And so it kind of takes all of us to kind of help each other and make that happen. And for me, it was, again, I think a year of awakening and understanding that it's part of my responsibility as a minority on that spectrum of how minorities are treated in America to try to see what we can do to help, for sure. Yeah.
It is so inspiring, and it's so commendable that you took the necessary action. And of course, solving a problem means dedicating time, money, and resources, right?
Yeah.
And you actually did it. And
I appreciate that, but I want to jump in and just say, I mean, I got called out, and I actually think the credit is on the person who calls me out. On Ingrid. And Karen, who's I think the CEO of Tonal, for building that stuff, right? If honestly, if it didn't exist, how much could we have done, right? But I think I'll take a very small portion of the credit and just say, we did what we could, and we did a little bit more, I think, than the average company would do. But and I'm happy about that, for sure. So thank you. But the credit really deserves to the person who called me out. And let this be a lesson to any of our users or anyone listening. If you've got something to say, we're always listening at Headliner, and I'm always listening. So I can't respond. We can't do everything our users want to do, but this one definitely hit home, and we're happy to have made a little bit of progress in this area.
This is a great example of how everyone has a role to play, from the consumer to the companies, and of course 100%. To the makers, the C-suites, right? So what else do you hope to do more in terms of for minorities, especially in the podcasting space?
Yeah. Well, I think, I guess I've always been kind of behind the scenes here, and I've never been too vocal. Again, like that post wouldn't have come out of me proactively. Even, I would say if Nick Qua didn't write that note, I probably wouldn't have written the note. I would have just done the work because of Black Lives Matter, but I wouldn't have been vocal about it. So I think first, what more I can do, I think for me, it's about trying to have these conversations around it without necessarily having ones around blame, but more about how do we fix it and how do we improve it, e.g. what we just did with trying to integrate Tonal and working with them to get the API. So I think I'm definitely open to trying to be collaborative and supportive of kind of minority or diverse led businesses and do what we can do, which I think we're, some of the best engineering team and what we can do in kind of podcasting and tech to see if we can enable them more. And that's kind of my personal, that's kind of the commitment I think we've taken on. And personally, I think I'm more open to these types of conversations and being a little bit more public about talking with it. So I appreciate you asking questions about this, but I would say that's kind of the big change for us as a whole, and for me as a person in this kind of space. Yeah.
One of your customer, right? Headliner customer, Wondery, recently got acquired by Amazon. I think that made a huge news around the world. And what is the reaction to such news?
I think, look, the podcasting space, I think the only ones who really have it who understand how big it could be is Spotify, actually. And I think Amazon, Google, Apple, and I think a few other companies are starting to understand just how rich and amazing podcasting is and audio is, right? There's a lot of people looking at the past, how long podcasting has taken to get to here, 15 plus years or so. But I think what you're seeing now is actually instead of the slope being like this slow growth, I think you're going to get this inflection point in the space for a number of reasons. And, I don't want to waste cycles on that, but I think Amazon coming into the space is good for the market, is bad for maybe some people, but I think good for the overall market for maturing it as a whole. And I think the space is way bigger than people are thinking. I mean, look, my take on this, and even kind of my history, our previous company and this one, I just think that there's just so much knowledge and information in this medium that people aren't getting access to. And the average internet user still hasn't listened to a podcast. And I know you're running this kind of festival, and things are changing. But again, the average internet user around the globe hasn't listened to a podcast in the past month. So there's a long way to go for this space to really be as big as it could be. And the information and the knowledge and the entertainment value and all those things are getting created, but it hasn't hit mainstream, in my opinion. I know it's super hot when we talk about it in our circles, but if you just take a look at a sample of the population around the globe, they are actually not consuming podcasts. And so that problem's got to get solved. Amazon buying Wondery is good for, I think, good for the Wondery team and good for podcasting, because Amazon's getting involved into the overall medium. And as we know with Amazon, they can get to a lot of people. And I think that's the actual net positive for the whole space. The more people listening to podcasting, the better off we all are. And that's what we're trying to solve at Headliner as well. We're, not to plug our company or whatnot, but we've got hundreds of thousands, we drive millions of listens right now through social and YouTube. And so we're helping people get aware and into the funnel of podcasting in a pretty big way. And I think all these big companies getting involved are going to be solving those same things. And hopefully, next year when when you're doing this conference, or in a few years when you're doing this conference, talking about someone who doesn't listen to a podcast will seem foreign, but that's still the case today. Yeah.
Great sharing. And of course, we need to also highlight that Headliner is the easiest way for podcasters and media companies to promote new and existing audio content on social media. So talking about social media, are you hot on Clubhouse?
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that. It's been a hot topic. I played with it over the holiday break a little bit more. I haven't found my groove where I'm actually working with one of the big podcasting kind of moderators, Esprit Devora, that to do a session on Headliner on Clubhouse in the next week or two. So I'll send you the link. I think it's a great implementation, and I'm a little bit jealous, to be honest, and I have some envy, because actually how Headliner started was a mobile app called SpareMin. That this is going back a little bit, but a few years after we kind of wrapped up with our last company, my co-founder and I, Oliver, we really saw the space of audio as being kind of an interesting space that we can help improve. And the first thing we built, this company and product called SpareMin, helped two people record a conversation in their spare time and share it out in social media. And so the number of people who've like told me, hey, this Clubhouse thing is kind of like Spearmint. It hurts because it's so hot, but they've executed very well, and much better than we did, I would say. But luckily, out of Spearmint, we realized sharing audio on social and YouTube was also a challenge in the space. And so Headliner was kind of birthed out of that pivot we made, and we're doing well as well. So I can't complain. And I think Clubhouse is a great and showing again the power of audio. I think you'll see a record feature very soon in Clubhouse. And I think you'll find the clip and share the social feature. Hopefully, Headliner is going to be powering that. And you'll see those types of things very soon. And so I think they've got a lot going for them for sure.
And integration is always something that benefits the consumers, benefit podcasters. So I remember a year ago you integrated with Libsyn, right? So that worked out pretty well. And of course, if something is developing around this new social app, shiny object, definitely it's going to excite a lot of people. So I mean, talking about predictions and things like that. Mm-hmm. So like everyone had like podcasting predictions that they made last year, right, for 2020. That turned out to be like blatantly wrong because, well, 2020 happened, right? Mm-hmm. So did you make any predictions along that kind of direction? And of course, when the pandemic hit, right, everything just fell apart.
Well, I actually think so. For podcasting, again, going back to my earlier point, I think it's a bigger space than people really think it is. Spotify is probably the only company who's really embraced it. I think there's obviously structural reasons why with the music industry and so on with the labels, and why it's a good strategic move for them. But overall, I would say, I think with 2020, I was always saying how big podcasting is going to get. I've been saying that for a while. Again, there's just so much amazing content en masse. A lot of media companies are betting on audio, so you're getting even better content. A lot of creators, a lot of YouTube former or also in addition, YouTube creators and social influencers are creating their own podcasts. It's a different medium, and it's going through its paces of churn and people figuring out what they want to do with it. But I think, but the amount of content and rich, good content is multiplying fast. And so with the predictions for 2020, I mean, I was very bullish on the space. I've been saying for a long time, look, you're going to have the big giants get in, and that happened. I would say Spotify I think started in 2019, but Apple's starting to come back and fight for holding the space in many ways. You've been seeing some press around that, and I think Google. Don't count out Google, and obviously Amazon just threw their hat in the ring. And then these radio companies, which aren't talked about in the tech circles, but have a huge audience and are trying to do things and are big customers of ours as well, have some advantages as well. So I think I know people. Let's see if I'm right with this prediction. I would say 2021 is actually going to be bigger for podcasting than 2020. And 2020, even with the pandemic and so on, podcasting actually grew a large amount. And so keep that in mind. I think there was a lot of concern around people's commutes disappearing because of COVID and the numbers dropping and so on, but it bounced back and then some. And personally, I would say, and we see it in our numbers. Oddly, the pandemic actually helped podcasting grow, which I don't think people would have predicted at that time. So I look forward to 2021 even being bigger in many ways. While a lot of the chess pieces have been taken off the board. Again, going back to kind of that statement, it's still not mainstream. It's still, while everyone's talking about it and while we're having this conference and so on, the average internet user around the globe is not consuming a podcast right now on a regular basis. And that will change over time. And it's up to companies like us and all the others who are getting into it to solve for it, because there is amazing information, knowledge, and entertainment value that is there. So, yeah.
And you just revealed earlier that you're going to do more experiments. You're going to try more stuff to elevate the industry and also to get the podcasting industry, get more attention that you deserve. So doing a house room, I think, is a good start. And of course, constantly innovating and building new features as well. So we are very excited to see what's going to come in 2021 and how you add on to this space, right? Which is so exciting for the rest of us, even for the rest of us in Asia. So we know that, you're doing seeing more action by doing your rooms in Clubhouse, having more moderation opportunities and actually hosting your own discussion. So how often do you actually have spirited conversation with people? I think like this, even in this sort of format, like do you do a lot of Zoom sessions or StreamYard sessions these days, and actually participate in panels? And normally when you do that, right, you walk away feeling like, it's like, that felt good, or even though how hard it is to get together or come together, right? But to really connect with one another is something that you want to do even more.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely need to do more of it. I'm kind of like a heads down work, let the product speak for itself instead of being out there. It's odd. We're a marketing platform, but I'm not much of a marketer myself. But so I need to do more. And like I said, that piece I even wrote about race. I don't think I would have written the prior Neil to Black Lives Matter and all that. Wouldn't have ever written something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think our job at Headliner is just elevating the whole space, elevating the podcasters that are creating, getting them more attention and hopefully listens. And we've got a lot more in store this coming year to do that. We're already probably helping hundreds of thousands of podcasters a month promote on social and YouTube, but we've got even more in store, and hopefully we can make the average internet user a podcast listener through what we develop. So I'm looking forward to the year. Yeah.
And after connecting with you, via this virtual space for the first time on a podcast festival, I'm also looking forward to more interactions with you and finding out what you're up to and what else is coming up next for Headliner. So I'm really excited. And, before we let you go, just any last words for our audience, especially in this part of the world in Asia?
Well, I think, first I want to thank you, Wayne, for putting and organize. It's midnight your time, I think. So hats off to you for doing this. And I think in Asia, look, this medium is here to stay and is growing, and anyone can do it. I saw with our previous company, I saw the rise and the advent of blogging as a whole, and that's kind of shifted into social media. I think podcasting as a whole is a very approachable medium, and with companies like Anchor and a lot of these hosts like Libsyn and Omni, and we've integrated with everyone. So sorry I can't mention all our partners, but it's very easy to get started. It is hard to get a huge audience, but you'll learn a lot on the way, and you'll have conversations with people if you do interview type podcasts that really will make it all worth the time. And I think my advice would be you can impact the world through podcasting at this point. And the medium's only going to grow, and so get on board.
Brilliant. Love every single word that you just mentioned. And of course, we're going to have to re-invite you back again to the festival and update us. Next time we have this on a monthly edition basis. So every month we have a returning guest as well. So hopefully you'll be one of our returning guests next month, if not in March or April or May.
We'll do it. And I'll do it midnight my time for you. How about that?
To reciprocate right now. I mean, it's actually my pleasure, my honor to stay up late. In fact, I'm actually on New York time, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. Very
Because
good.
I'm a Liverpool fan, I stay up like at 3 a.m., every other day just to watch midnight games. So I'm used to it. So, Let's do this again, midnight or daytime, whichever time that works for you. So looking forward to that again.
Yeah, very good. Thanks a lot, Wayne.
Thanks, Neil.
Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye. Cheers. That's Neil Mody from Headliner. So we have another exciting guest speaker coming up. He's Thomas Barrasso. I'm not sure whether he's with us. I think his device is not connected yet, but I think now he's connected. Let's invite him on to the stage. How are you, Thomas?
Hi, Wayne. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, and I can see you as well.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you? I think it's pretty late for you, right?
12:30 a.m. Just early start for me. I'm saying early because I actually just woke up from a short nap, so feeling refreshed and energized. All set to go.
That's awesome. It's interesting. So I'm in Boston, and the time zone difference I think makes it both. In some ways, it makes it easy. In some ways, it makes it difficult working with folks in Asia. It's like it's a give or take about a 12-hour difference for a lot of those folks. So.
Yeah, and a lot of time zone mix-ups. So sometimes, I have guests who are supposed to appear this afternoon, but they missed it because there's some miscommunication. Even using Calendly, right, supposed to solve this problem. But of course, sometimes when it's harder to actually get connected or be able to show up at the right time in the right place. But the moment when it all clicks and everyone just shows up together at the right moment, that actually makes it even more enjoyable. And I always look forward, to all these opportunities to connect. And of course, to speak to you because I've never met you before. I've only interacted with you on LinkedIn so far and by email. So tell us more and tell us your story, your PodLP, because it's fascinating to me that, you have this really great platform that allows, billions of people around the world who doesn't have iOS or Android to discover the fantastic podcasting realm for the first time.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to give a little bit more about the story here. So let me see if I'm able to share a quick presentation here.
Fantastic. There is a share screen button at the bottom, so you can click on that and hopefully it will show up some of the slides that you prepared, and you can walk us through that as well. We are really excited.
Oh, all right. It looks like some permission stuff. All right.
No problem.
Make this work.
Sure. Take your time, and because we have this festival that basically we're quite fluid as well. Anytime if you need extra time, feel free to let us know as well. So yeah, I think we can see your slides on screen, and please continue.
Sure. Yeah. So my background in podcasting is certainly a little bit unusual here. So I, up until last year, had no, other than being an avid podcast listener, didn't really have a relationship to the podcasting industry. And then with COVID, like a lot of folks, I found myself with extra time that I wasn't commuting anymore, wasn't able to go to the gym. And so I had a number of ideas often that I kick around with, what I could do, what I could build. And ultimately, there was this idea that I'd had and come back to a while ago, which was there's a whole market segment of these feature phones that run this operating system called KaiOS. It's very popular in India and other parts of Asia. It's also gaining traction here in the West. You have a lot of Western audiences who want these. They call them the audience of like digital detoxers. They don't want to be on social media, but they still want to stay connected. So yeah, I found it fascinating and ultimately decided to build the first podcast client for these phones. So yeah, for the folks in the call, perspective, it looks something like this. This is a Nokia phone that I've got. They're fairly small, fairly cheap, anywhere from like $30 to $100. And in Asia, they're actually quite a bit cheaper. I think phones like this, like the JioPhone that you can pick up, this is the JioPhone 2, but the JioPhone 1 in India, I think retails for about $10 to $15 US. So these are, very affordable devices, 4G connectivity, an app store. So there's a lot going for them. And that's really where PodLP came from.
Fantastic. Please continue.
Yeah, so I include a couple of screenshots for folks for perspective here. So all of these devices, they have pretty small screens, 320 by 240. So, compare that to your iPhone. That's about like the fourth the resolution of a standard iPhone or Android phone today. Most of them are, as you saw here, they're T9, like the old phones. Although a few of them, like this Geophone 2, have a QWERTY keyboard. And yeah, so ultimately, I think what helps PodLP stand out compared to some of the apps that have emerged recently is that unlike some of the others, we didn't take an Android app and then try to figure out how to shrink it down. We didn't take a desktop app and figure out how to shrink it down. We started from the ground up building an app designed for these phones. So the design is built for these phones. They're optimized. The performance is built for these phones. As you can imagine, they're pretty low in resources. And so we as we were going through design, continuously iterating to think about like ways that we could improve the experience for such a small device. It is available on 2 stores. So the Geo store is the marketplace in India, and then the Kai store, which is sort of the global marketplace. And at this point, we passed 200,000 podcasts in our index. So I ended up building a lot of the infrastructure behind the scenes myself, because when I went to go build the app at first, there really wasn't much available in terms of data. The podcast index is something that's come up a lot with Adam Curry and folks, and that unfortunately wasn't available when I started building. And so we've got to run infrastructure. The plus side to it is it's the backend, just like the client side, is designed to be as optimized as possible. So to use as little data as necessary, to have everything be rendered in appropriate sizes. So really, ultimately, our goal was to build an experience that would be fluid and effective for these phones, just like you would expect on any other phone. And to that end, actually, we got selected as one of KaiOS's staff picks for the 2020 most popular apps for the platform. I shared a blog post recently for folks who are interested, but in some of the numbers that we saw, top line numbers, more than 4 million installs total in 2020. I think we're approaching 5 million if we haven't hit it already. We've got listeners in 175 countries, 131 different unique device models. And like a lot of folks, I think we're finding that evening time, especially for folks in India, is the #1 time to listen. I think that's probably partly driven by COVID. I think a lot of folks have no longer have their commutes, or they have a very different type of commute. And so they're finding themselves listening at different times of day. I think versus like here in the US, Zoom back a year ago, you would have expected that to look like a lot of people listening in the like 7 to 9 a.m. and then maybe like the 4 to 6 p.m. as they're like coming and going from work. But yeah, very different. And then the top countries, India by far takes the #1 for the #1 spot on the Geo store. Pakistan, Uganda, interestingly also the United States and Tanzania. So users all around the world, growing very quickly in a couple other markets like China, Mexico, Bangladesh. So it's a very global application, which is, I think, the target, for KaiOS, the audience here, by building these very affordable, long battery life phones. I think it's a compelling offer for a lot of folks in these markets to have a device that lets you connect. Now you can get the news regularly on these phones, through podcasts, or get your favorite music, but without you pay a fraction of the price. These are much more durable than smartphones, and so they're much more stable in terms of battery life, internet connectivity. I included a couple of quotes that we got from users that I thought were pretty compelling. So I think we've had a number of folks, especially folks in the West, who have provided a lot of feedback. I think part of the reason that I had built this was because I felt like I needed to have a podcasting app, even if I was going to switch to a flip phone. Ultimately, like if I take a flip phone on camping trips or something, I want to be able to connect, like have it connect via Bluetooth to my car and be able to listen. And so that was a big gap for me, and I think as well for a lot of folks. And so having a podcast app that is fully featured and works, and also a feature that makes PodLP unique is the ability to listen offline. That I think was enough for most folks, that you can, save a couple of podcasts to an SD card, and then you can go listen to them from wherever you are, whether you're in the middle of the woods camping or you're just traveling somewhere where there's poor signal. And then some of the press that we've got has been absolutely incredible. There's dozens of YouTube videos across a ton of different languages, especially in India. I've seen them in Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, all over, with folks that are creating tutorials, reviews on PodLP. been highlighted in WBUR, part of NPR, Pod News, Podcast Hub India. So the response has been great. I think a lot of people are realizing that the audience for podcasting is much bigger than just what I think a lot of us focus on, which is sort of Western audiences listening via like Apple Podcasts or Google Play. And so I think there's a lot more room for growth, and I think they're growing a lot quicker in emerging markets. Especially in Asia, places like India, Pakistan, Vietnam, and obviously China. So yeah, I think the reception has been really positive. And then I guess finally, it includes some contact information. So we're on a number of social media, obviously LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And one thing that we do with PodLP is we support podcasters so that they're able to grow their audiences in a more global manner. And so for podcasters that are interested, the way that PodLP is able to support our operations, we do it through sponsored listings. So you can promote your podcast on the homepage of the application. You'll get new listeners, new subscribers in all different countries around the world. And this is what helps us keep us supported. I think we've done quite a few sponsored listings, and we've seen a ton of positive results. I mean, this is an audience that I think is difficult to reach otherwise. So you can't you could take an advertisement out on any other platform, but you're not going to get the access to the same audience. I think the reception has been really great, and we're excited to continue to build it out more and continue to expand the feature set and make it a more compelling application.
This is a fantastic presentation, and your walkthrough has given us a very clear idea of what PodLP, what kind of benefits it provides, especially to these segments that are like the way you have put it, right? They are hard to reach in terms of identifying them or these demographics by the phone they're actively using, for their communication purpose, and even for the way they download the podcast to consume on their mobile phones that are not iOS or Android. So my first question, upon watching that presentation was about your development experience, because to build this from scratch, right, obviously requires a lot of heavy lifting. So how did you overcome the challenge of limited memory, since an hour plus podcast show can easily reach 50 to 100 megabytes, right, in size on a device that doesn't have close to that much memory freely available? How did you overcome that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So these devices are pretty resource constrained, right? So my iPhone, I think probably has 3 or 4 gigs of memory. I think some of these phones have 256 megs. So, 1/6, 1/8 the amount. And it's not like an application gets that much. And so, when I was scoping out development, I wanted to pick a platform that I thought would be suited for these. So ultimately, I built the client side using an application called Svelte. It's specifically designed to do a lot of the computation at compile time. Ultimately, what that means is that you save on memory when you're building an application here. And then some of the other tricks that we did, if you're an application developer and you want to write an application for iOS and you want to download a podcast, you can just download it. You don't need to think about it, right? I can store a podcast in memory on my phone. Even some of the really long, high quality ones are maybe a couple hundred megs. That doesn't work on these phones. And so we took a lot of sort of old school approaches where you have techniques like chunking. So rather than sort of get the whole podcast at once, it's almost like streams work. Downloads work the same way as streams. So instead of getting, give me the whole podcast, we say, give me the podcast 1 megabyte at a time, and I'll save it locally to the SD card so that users are then able to access it later. It makes it a little bit more difficult from an application development perspective, but ultimately you get a better user experience because you're able to download long shows and not worry about your phone crashing.
I noticed that in your list of countries that are, heavy users or early adopters, right? Like Nigeria, Uganda, and Tanzania, they're among the top countries using the app so far. So US is actually in that top 5 as well. So you mentioned that the digital detox population, definitely a very significant one that actually makes US appear in the top 5. So are you surprised by that information and the data?
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit surprising as we've gone forward. The US continues to grow fairly steadily. I think there's probably a couple of reasons. For one, here in the United States, if you go to any sort of carrier and you try to get a flip phone, they're pretty much all KaiOS now. So we don't think about that, but this Alcatel is one of the big OEMs here, and all of their Go Flip, My Flip lines, they're all running KaiOS. So yeah, I think like I went to the T-Mobile store actually because this is when I wanted to first get a KaiOS device, and they only have one flip phone left on sale, and it's that. So for people who want, who don't want a smartphone, I think KaiOS is really the next natural choice. But yeah, it was definitely surprising to see.
And it's surprising to see for us in Asia as well. So how about this Pod LP in terms of your monetization model as well? How do you make money from ads and podcast sponsorship?
Yeah, so the app is fully supported via sponsor listings. And so for podcasters who have been interested, you're able to get your show promoted onto the homepage of the application. So I think a lot of other apps, I think it's really difficult to get your podcast out there. You could be paying, I think, something like $50 to several $100 a day to be on the higher up in a category screen. Like maybe you're able to afford top of comedy. For us, we focus on putting people on the homepage because that's where you get the most impact. And so, yeah, that's been the bulk of it. I mean, at this point, nothing is automated. I'd love to have a system for this, but we coordinate everything via email. So anybody who's interested can reach out to us. You can find all of our contact information on the podlp.com website. But yeah, so given all we really need to know is what your RSS feed URL is, we're able to pull all the relevant information, put the podcast front and center. And so users will be able to click into it, engage with it, listen to episodes, subscribe, download episodes. Yeah, and that model has worked out really well for us. It's been a really great way to help support this and keep the app free for all the users, right? So we don't have like these like giant ads that pop up all over the place. You're not getting any like weird video interstitials that you get to watch and you have to like unlock an episode or something. We want to make it free for everybody, and so we work together and we provide a new audience for podcasters, and in return we're able to give a free access for folks around the world.
And I think that really helps, especially for podcast shows which are trying to reach that audience in that part of the world, right? And this is actually a very good way for them to gain access. So understand also that your Pod LP logo is a mashup of the RSS logo and also a vinyl record. Is the reason why due to the fact that you're a big vinyl record collector or junkie?
No, I am not a vinyl collector, but honestly, we were struggling to come up with the names, and we had a whole bunch, and ultimately PodLP really worked for a number of reasons. I think it's one really funny restriction for folks interested in KaiOS is that applications are limited to, I believe, either 8 or 10 characters. So you have to find a name that's really short. And so that was part of it. Also, I think that it creates a compelling logo. I think a lot of folks recognize it. Ultimately, I think I think it works pretty effectively.
I think so. I think it's very memorable, easy to remember, of course. And for maybe music fans out there, they will probably mistake you, initially for a music company. But I think the association with music adds to the cool factor, as well as the fact that you mentioned about the digital detox population, right, who embraces this platform. So obviously, vinyl records is part of the analog, part of the how music were used to be consumed using a record needle and not stream. So I think it kind of fit that image as well. So it's a perfect logo, and I love it a lot. So just wanted to ask that question because I'm a big vinyl fan and a big vinyl collector. And next question will be your main motivation. Is your main motivation, the prospect of becoming the de facto podcast app for millions, and many of whom may be coming online and listening to podcasts for the very first time? Is that your main motivation?
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, I think I started it out with my main motivation being to build something that I wanted. I wanted a podcast app for a flip phone that I could take when I was going on camping trips. But I think it's expanded into something much more than that. And I mean, I would love to. I think at this point, PodLP's grown so tremendously that it's sort of becoming the de facto. And I think it's got a huge leg up over any sort of incumbents by having been built from the ground up for this platform. I think it's sort of an omission on the platform itself, right? If you think about it, like Apple comes with Apple Podcasts. You get an iPhone, it comes with Apple Podcasts. You get a Android phone, it comes with Google Play Podcasts. But KaiOS doesn't have one by default. And so I think there was a huge gap in the space where an incumbent was able to come in and build a platform that can quickly become the de facto. And I think that's what, PodLP has sort of done.
I noticed that when I read the product page on your website, right, you have more than 150,000 podcasts available, right, in a variety of languages on topics including news, education, entertainment, sports, and more at the moment. 150,000, is that the correct number as of now?
It's updated to a little bit past 200,000 now. So it is quite a bit small if you compare it to like the Apple Podcast Index. But in general, I think we've focused on keeping as many active podcasts because there's so many podcasts that like they've been created. They probably have 1 or 2 episodes and sort of, for any number of reasons have sort of been sidelined. Although we do have a link on our website for any podcasters who are interested where you can submit your podcast. So we do regularly get new podcasts from a number of sources. One of our partners is Rephonic. They provide a database of like 1.8 million podcasts, and they help us find some of the top podcasts across a whole bunch of different languages. So I think we're able to pull in over 25 or 30 different top podcast lists across languages like, not just English, Spanish, and French like you often see everywhere, but a lot of like Indian native languages, like I mentioned, like Marathi or Tamil, as well as, a lot of other Southeast Asian languages like Vietnamese or Thai.
That's fascinating. So before we let you go, I think we have only about 5 to 6 minutes left. What are your predictions for 2021? And we know that last year, everyone had predictions as well for 2020 that turned out to be blatantly wrong because, 2020 happened, right? So are you going to be, making predictions for this year too?
Yeah, I think that you can probably make certainly a few predictions. I think it's always a little bit challenging. You never know what's going to come, whether it's a global pandemic or something else. But I think one thing that's clear as day to me is the growth of podcasting in emerging markets, especially the Asian and Latin American markets. I think that trend's going to continue. I think it's probably even going to accelerate. It's clearly outpacing growth in other markets. I think last year was the first year that there were more non-English podcasts created than English ones. I think that's only going to continue. I think we're going to see the market start to split a little bit and become a little bit more localized. And then the other thing I think is there's still a huge room for growth in organic content. I think Anchor has done a really good job at getting individuals and sort of like small teams to produce podcasts on a much smaller scale. And I think there's a ton of room for that. If you look at like sort of hyper local podcasts space, there's still huge gaps. I mean, even with PodLP, the majority of our users are listening in English and then a large base in Hindi, and then it sort of goes down from there. But I think part of that, it's a chicken and egg problem. And I think PodLP would be a lot more valuable if there was more content in sort of the regional level Indian languages. And likewise, I think if you're somebody listening in one of these provinces, I think there's a ton of room for growth because there's nobody to challenge at this point. You could really be one of the first podcasters in some of these regional markets. And so, yeah, I see a ton of room for growth. That's kind of a broad prediction, but that's mine for now.
So in a way, it's like a local show content creators, right, or podcasters. This is actually an exciting year for them to even look at this as a land grab, right? To really seize the opportunity to go in and produce really good shows for their local audience. And of course, with a platform like yours and with an app that allows their app to be played back and downloaded on those phones that you just demonstrated and shown us, it allows them to reach to even a bigger audience in 2021. So this is going to be a great year for all sorts of podcasters and all sorts of listeners with more choices, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, you see Wandery doing this now, right? Where they localize a ton of their top titles into English, Spanish, Hindi, French, etc. And I think that's only going to continue. And I think there's going to be a continued trend in organic content in a lot of these languages and markets.
Fantastic. 5 more minutes to go. So maybe give us your last message to our audience based in Asia before we reluctantly say goodbye to you.
Yeah, for sure. So I absolutely appreciate you having me on, especially so late. So I appreciate the opportunity to share PodLP, and excited to see sort of the growth in the industry and PodLP itself. And yeah, I think there's just a ton of opportunity in this space. I think that podcasting in general is gaining steam very quickly around the world, and especially in Asia. And so I appreciate what you're doing and creating a platform to highlight a number of the people that are working in the space.
Thank you so much. And of course, this is a space where we need to help one another, right? And to make this even more thriving community, more thriving industry, and with more unity and everyone collaborating with one another, I think we will certainly be able to reap the benefit of our efforts and our investment of time and effort and innovation as well, which I'm seeing a lot from your end. So keep on improving your platform and your PodLP app. It will be definitely very interested to find out. And we invite you back again to maybe update us what are some new feature rolled out you have in your roadmap. And it'll be very interesting for our audience to actually get updated, from your presence and, of course, your delivery of your keynote and some of the slides, which are really insightful. So thank you so much for showing us your slides and, of course, your presence as well. I hope to have you back again, if not next month, the month after, maybe April or May, yeah?
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas Barrasso. And sorry about the fact that I spelled your name with triple S the first time.
Oh, no problem.
Spelling, right? Barrasso, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No worries. Thank you again.
No problem. So I'll see you very soon, my friend. And please take care over there in Boston and take care of one another.
All right, you too. Take care.
Bye-bye. So that's Thomas Barrasso. We're going to maybe take a short break because I think our next guest is not backstage yet. So I might need to go maybe to the backstage to see whether he has some problems coming on and joining in the conversation. So we are going to do an all-nighter because just to run through some of the guests that are coming up soon. Bryan Barletta, obviously someone that we are so much looking forward to having him on again because recently he came out with 2 incredible newsletters that really, educate advertisers as well as brands and companies on how, to really effectively run their ads campaign, of course, on podcasts, how to buy ads on, or even buy host-read ads on podcasts, and some of the issues and the questions that, CMOs and advertisers must really ask either to partners who help them to sort out the ad buying in podcasts, or even maybe in terms of the decision making when they allocate budget as well. So many things that we are going to discuss with Bryan. I think he's coming on at 1:30 a.m. In half an hour's time, in fact. So we're looking forward to his appearance. And in the meantime, maybe I'll just take a short break and do a replay while we wait for our next guest to come on. I won't be ending this broadcast until we finish the whole broadcast sometime around 5 or 6 a.m. So I'm going to do a replay while we wait for our next guest to come on. So this is a replay of our recent inaugural festival, which was held in December. And the speaker that I invited to grace our event was actually the Chief Programming Officer of South by Southwest. So they have an exciting digital event coming up soon. And it's actually very fitting that we also highlight and showcase some of the great events that are conjuring up and to fill the gap, while in-person events are impossible to be held because of the pandemic situation. So let's watch this replay. I hope you enjoy it. And meanwhile, I'll just share the screen so you could see the video pop up anytime right now. So let's check out PodFest Asia Day 1. So this is featuring Hugh Forrest, Chief Programming Officer, South by Southwest. Check it out. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Forrest, South by Southwest Chief Programming Officer, is on the program. How are you today, Hugh?
I'm good, Wayne. Thanks for having me on. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I just, woke up from a nap. So been streaming live since 6 a.m. in Singapore time, this morning. So I think I had like 1 dozen guests so far. And it's been an incredible day. And I think it topped it off by having you coming on to the program. So I'm so thrilled.
Thank you for the nice words. I'm sure you've had much better guests than me, but I appreciate your compliments.
Well, South by Southwest, to me, personally, it's probably one of the reasons why we're doing this PodFest Asia in the first place. I was one of your visitors, one of the attendees a year ago. So I went to Austin and I fell in love, with everything that I saw and experienced. I think the music culture, the live music, all the bands, I think there were like 4,000 bands, maybe 2,000 bands. I was exaggerating. Sorry for that. And the kind of, the colors that I saw and the kind of things that I hear, it was until today, I'm still like, it's like a pinch me moment, giving me a chance to live that again. I think I don't know what I would give, just to experience that all over again. But of course, this pandemic means that this year I wasn't able to catch Trent Reznor. I wasn't able to catch Kim Kardashian. I wasn't able to meet Michael Moore, the film director who I admire since I was a teenager. This year, but I'm just glad that we still have this digital format. And how has this pandemic actually impacted on South by Southwest in terms of the experience for you personally?
Well, again, Wayne, thanks for the nice words.
Hi, Erik. Are you there backstage? Oh, now you're on stage.
Yeah.
For a moment, I was worried that you're not going to show up. Because, either some issues with the app of the link that I provided you. But I'm so grateful that you're here,
Yes. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Super excited.
Super excited for me as well. So I think we should do a formal introduction and properly introduce you to our audience. And I know that Erik, you're from US, right? Where are you based right now?
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. So that's a place that I've never been before. So maybe tell me more about where you're based at later in the program, and tell us what's happening in your city, in the past 1 week, especially. But we can't wait to have you, coming on to this festival for the longest of time. We know that you're the CEO of Lemon Pie. You're also the host of Brands That Podcast, correct? So
yes,
maybe in this conversation, it'll be great for you to tell us about the story behind your host of Brands That Podcast program, and tell us also the association with Dave Gerhardt. I think he's someone who is very prominent on LinkedIn and someone that has actually amassed a huge following with his tips and hacks for CMO. So maybe you can start off by telling us the story of Lemon Pie as well as host of Brands That Podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you again for having me. So Lemon Pie is a full service podcast agency that I started about 4 years ago. We help CEOs get interviewed on other podcasts as a guest, sort of like a podcast tour, the same as like a PR or book tour, but just in podcast format. And then we also create, launch, produce, and market branded podcasts for companies as well. We primarily work with B2B tech companies, and we also work with some enterprise companies as well. And we started Brands That Podcast as our own show because what we found is there are some companies using podcasting very well as a channel for marketing, awareness, sales, market research, content development, but there's more, way more companies that aren't using it at all, don't know where to start, aren't sure if it'll be effective or what have you. So what we wanted to do was create a show that highlighted the companies that were doing it well, learn from them, and have those that are interested in trying it but don't know where to start at their company be able to take that expertise and run with it. So we break down topics ourselves on that show, but we also interview companies that are doing it really well as well. And then we recently launched a second company called Hatch, which is essentially flat rate, unlimited podcast editing for companies who sort of want to DIY it in-house, but need a technical partner. That's why we created Hatch.
Fantastic. I think I was just talking to another podcaster earlier on, I think during the evening session, and she mentioned that she's trying to figure out how to actually do podcasting on Clubhouse. So is that something that your engineering team can actually provide assistance to?
We're monitoring that. I mean, Clubhouse is relatively new. It's still sort of quasi invite only. You kind of need an invite, and that's sort of the model they're doing now. But we don't believe Clubhouse is going to overtake or replace podcasting. This is sort of a conversation that's happening right now, which is social audio, which is what Clubhouse is, going to replace podcasting? We don't think so. We think it's a different use case. It's more so replacing like live events, if you will. Sort of, it's a way for folks to join an event, a virtual event that just so happens to be audio only. And we think that that's different, but there can be they can play well nicely together. And we're sort of monitoring that and figuring out how we can help clients utilize, a tool like Clubhouse to either promote their show or be like a community aspect of their show, so promote on your podcast. Hey, come on to Clubhouse at 7 p.m. and we'll do like a listener sort of Q&A, like live session, and just sort of get that engagement and back and forth, which is very hard with podcasts. Because as you know, Wayne, like you're only talking to the mic. With the podcast, you don't get that feedback from the listener. And that's what's cool about Clubhouse is you can actually get the feedback from folks in your community who listen.
Exactly. I love the fact that anyone can just raise up their hand and then you can just allow them to come on stage, and suddenly you're surrounded by more than the one co-host or more than one panelist on stage, and suddenly it's like everyone in the audience become your panelist as well. It becomes really crowded but really vibrant. I'm like stunned by the energy and of course the tons of wisdom and also knowledge being shared there freely. Like no one's charging yet, but there's already development or news that they're going to add a monetization button within the app very soon. So that's going to come for sure. So definitely this is not a discussion about Clubhouse. We're going to focus more about your podcast and of course on the services that Lemon Pie provides to brands and to marketers in general. So maybe you can help some brands or maybe CMOs out there who are tuning in or watching this. What is the best way to tell your story and build an audience for your brand? And why is this, the easiest way by doing a podcast?
Absolutely. The reason why we like podcasting as a format and a channel is because of not just what you get with building listenership with the podcast. So ROI of a podcast is not only how many people listen to each episode, but it's also all of the things that are created around the podcast, the ROI that can be created around the podcast. So using it in your sales process, using it as the engine of content for all of your other channels. So one podcast episode turns into 3 video clips, turns into 1 article, turns into 1 newsletter, and sort of all of a sudden you have a whole content engine based around your podcast. And then market research. We think it's a great market research tool. Like what better vehicle could you have to be able to talk to the people that you want to sell to every single week than a podcast? It's hard to get people on sales calls, but it's easier to invite them on to be a guest on your podcast and provide value to them by exposing them to your audience and promoting them. But you also get to build a relationship with them and learn from them that could help inform your product or maybe even potentially enter into a sales conversation with them. So we really just think like podcasting is one of the best ways to build your brand. In marketing, there is people who will come to your website because they searched in Google and they compared you to 5 other similar companies and they just clicked on yours. And they're going to compare you on price and features because they don't know anything else about you. What we want podcasting to be is a competitive advantage where people choose you because you're helping them. They know you. They've listened to tens of hours of your content and they feel like they know you personally. And even if you're more expensive or you lack a certain feature they need, they will choose you over the competition because they trust you. And that's what we want the podcast to serve as.
you help brands like HubSpot and FreshBooks grow through podcasting, right? So can you describe to us how your company's podcast PR and production agency actually help them to achieve this?
Yeah, so two ways. One is with the podcast tour. So this is where we're not actually creating a show for the company. We are taking either the CEO or other domain experts in the company and finding shows that already exist that have their audience that they want to get in front of. And we help them get interviewed on those shows as a guest. So let's say, there's somebody who wants to get in front of marketers. We will go find all the marketing podcasts and we'll help them get interviewed on dozens and dozens of them to not just pitch their product, because that's not the point. The point is to provide value to the listeners. But a byproduct of that is, awareness for your product, your company, your services, and things like that. That is a much more straightforward approach to podcasting than starting your own show, because you don't have to figure out what the show is going to be, line up the guests, get all the equipment. I mean, it's really just you going and pitching other podcasts. So we find that's really effective to getting in front of audiences that are already built. But the other side of the coin is, which we think is a better longer term, if you're thinking about this long term, the value that can accumulate over time, we think creating your own podcast is the way to go. And so we also can help with that. And that is all the way from the initial strategy. What should the show be? Like actually getting on calls with their customers and audience members to try to help identify what the show should be about. And then the execution, standing it up, building all the assets, getting all the equipment, getting all the guests, prepping the host, prepping the guest, getting it up and live on all the platforms, like the full service, so that really like the client just has to focus on the content and everything else around it is handled professionally.
Which means that you handle so much heavy lifting and solve this problem, especially for marketers, right? For them to actually operate, a microphone sometimes is a huge effort. So this is where you guys come in and basically got sent to them. So can you tell us why you have decided to team up with Dave Gerhardt, right? After he launched, I think, his podcast show so successfully, they have been downloaded, I think, over 2 million times already.
Yeah. So this was interesting. This is one proof point of the value of a podcast. I did not know Dave at all. So Dave is the CMO at Privy. He used to be the VP of marketing at a company called Drift, and he's created his own company called DGMG, which is Dave Gerhardt's marketing group, which has about 2,500 marketers in his community who want to level up their B2B marketing career. And it's a wonderful community, insane value in there. And I had been following Dave for years. I didn't know him at all, but I started the show Brands That Podcast that we talked about earlier. And I saw that Dave was using podcasting really well at his company. So I wanted to interview him to highlight that expertise on our show. So I interviewed him. That was the first time we ever met. And then I joined his community. We stayed in touch. We continue to have like touch points of communication and feedback and different things. And ultimately that manifested in us working together. And it all started with meeting because I asked him to be a guest on our podcast. And so now we are teaming up in a lot of different ways. And the initial touch point for that, if I had sent him a cold email that just said, "Hey, I'd love to team up," he wouldn't have responded, most likely. It just wouldn't have, it wouldn't have been a good place to start the relationship. But instead we did it through the podcast channel, and over time it led to this. So it's just another example of the serendipity that can happen with podcasting that we just find so much value in.
I think you nailed it on the head, because like emails, sometimes I don't even open emails. The open rate is what people are tracking these days, right? Marketers are tracking open rate because it is so poor open rate for email. So podcasting is definitely the way to go. It's like a Trojan horse, like how Dave Gerhardt has actually described it. I fully agree with him. It's a Trojan horse of opportunities that comes, and doesn't even need to be monetized to see the benefits. There are so many other external benefits that you could never have ever imagined. So I think you just told a really good story, a good case in point about how you actually just interacted with him through a podcast interview, and then it became a business relationship. That's really wonderful.
Yes, thank you. I mean, and that's the point. Like, you don't need a podcast. Brands That Podcast is listened to by about 200 people. Very small listenership. But the value of that podcast to my business, Lemon Pie, has been in the six figures range because of what we've been able to do with that show and the relationships we've built and the assets we've created. So the point is that you don't need a show that has hundreds of thousands or millions of listeners to have a successful podcast. You could generate, depending on your business, you could generate millions of dollars of revenue with a show that is listened to by less than 500 people. And so that's what we're, trying to help folks with Lemon Pie and with Hatch.
I think we all share the same view that all of us love podcasting, right? Because it creates a connection with our audience that other marketing channels, I think we just mentioned about email, they just don't have that same kind of impact. And we continuously love podcasting because it creates such a deep connection with our audience that you can't even get sometimes through, having coffee, because even a coffee can be rushed and full of distractions. And everyone's in a hurry to go because cafes crowded. Of course, that's a pre-pandemic situation. And the podcast is great because you can just listen one-to-one and hear each other so clearly. It's not just hearing, it's listening really deeply and really with the intent to help one another.
Yes. And it's a good point because sometimes people compare video to they sort of are asking, well, what's more powerful, video or a podcast? And obviously we think both are powerful, but if you look at the consumption of YouTube videos compared to consumption of podcasts, there's way more YouTube videos available and way more YouTube channels available. So we actually think the opportunity for podcasts is bigger because there's less competition in that channel. But also, if you look at the length of time of consumption, where most people are consuming a YouTube video for minutes, less than 10 minutes, I think is the average. Most people are listening to podcasts, each podcast episode, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes. So the depth is just so much more. There's just so much more depth to that engagement. And there's something about just the audio format that makes it feel like, a friend in your ear versus like when you're watching video, sometimes there's like more of a performance sort of aspect that folks are putting on. And it doesn't feel as casual and like just like a friend essentially. So we really like audio as a channel for that. It doesn't mean we dislike video or anything like that. We see value in both, but there's some interesting nuances there.
I recently met up for coffee with a YouTuber, a huge YouTuber in Singapore, and he was sharing his Google Analytics with me and showing me the alarming drop-off rate, or what they call it, the bounce rate, right? After 3 seconds, and how YouTube algorithm is heavily penalizing YouTuber if their topic doesn't resonate with the content. It doesn't even get discovered easily anymore. It's like heavily penalized. And that huge production, 18-hour, time frame just to make a 3-minute video, that effort is down the drain. But a podcast obviously have more legs in terms of getting people to listen in more before they actually move on to the next show or the next episode of a series.
Yeah. And you could create a podcast that does take 18 hours there are shows that use that level of production, but for the most part, you don't need to spend the threshold of production quality and effort that you need to put in for video is way higher than for audio. Because obviously you don't need to worry about all the other things of like what the video is going to need to capture. It's literally just what you're saying into the mic. So that's the ease of consumption, or the ease of production is higher with podcasts compared to YouTube. But yeah, I agree. I think the other thing is YouTube kind of controls the algorithm, to your point, which is scary. Whereas with podcasts, you have that direct, they're subscribing to your show and there's no middleman right now saying, putting you on some like homepage or taking you off of the homepage, depending on like what the algorithm says. If someone's subscribed to your show, they're subscribed to your show, like they're going to get the content. But with YouTube, I subscribe to channels that I literally forget about because they never surface it back up for me again. And that's the algorithm at work that can be very beneficial or very could hurt you a lot with discoverability.
In fact, it sounds like a shadow ban, having your account shadow ban in social media, and all your posts, you're unable to post, you're unable to react or comment on your friend's post. So it has that kind of very damaging effect. So, of course, podcasting is here to stay. And I really agree with you, what you mentioned earlier as well. No one is reading blog posts while they clean the house or go for a walk, right? But they're listening to a podcast. So it's something that I like to do a lot when I'm at the gym. And when I'm actually cooking as well at home, I listen to a podcast because it's like having a friend chatting with me while I do household chores or cooking.
Exactly. And we think there's still a lot of upside in the amount, in two things. One, the number of people who will start listening to podcasts for the first time. There's still every year tens of millions of new people who are discovering podcasts for the first time and becoming a habitual podcast listener. So the demand for shows is going to continue to rise because the amount of people who are discovering the platform is rising. But at the same time, those who are already listening, we are seeing listen more as well. So with like technology enhancements, AirPods, car technology, smart speakers, things like that, people are able to listen throughout their day in an easier fashion than they were 3, 4, 5 years ago, just because technology's made it easier. So like the amount of people listening and the amount they are listening, we see as both rising, and that's a good trend going forward.
I read from your LinkedIn, one of your posts recently that you mentioned it's easier than ever for a brand to start a podcast today. And anyone can actually launch a podcast for a brand in 1 week. This is the kind of assistance and the kind of quick turnover you can actually achieve for all your customers. And do you actually foresee the day where, people are then jumping into Clubhouse and actually start a podcast right there, and do it even less than a day? Will that be a huge threat, or should we say that it's a competition, a potential competition for those who are helping brands to achieve that 1 week, one podcast show in 1 week?
I think there's two ways to look at it, and we deeply believe in strategy. And sometimes, strategy can require, 1, 2, 3 months to get a successful show up and running. But we see both sides. So like deep research and as close to certainty that the show is going to work as possible, meaning you take your time. Could be months before you get the show up and live. The other side is we also love speed. And the quicker you get something out there, the faster you learn, and you can always change it. And so it just depends on, frankly, the company's internal expertise and appetite for which direction they want. Do they want to be more certain and not have to like change it later? And they just they aren't really that fast of decision makers and able to operate with that speed? Or do they just want to get something up now and learn and get feedback as they go? And honestly, we like both. We don't think, some folks may say you should never launch a podcast in 1 week because it won't be successful. We don't believe that. We don't think you should do either of them 100% of the time. You just have to lean into what your attributes are as a company and what you believe in. But we think both can work.
So it's definitely not binary, right? And both can actually even coexist. And it's about what's right for you. It's not about what's right or what's wrong. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Can you expand a little bit more before we let you go? We have about 5 minutes left on the Trojan horse, impact of podcasting, which I think you mentioned, and I also mentioned briefly earlier. Why is it the real ROI on creating a podcast is not the leads that you can generate or the downloads, and why the ROI in podcasting is the audience connection? Expand a little bit more on that for us.
Absolutely. So we believe that a brand is not your website, is not the colors of your logo, is not all of these things. It's actually how you make people feel. And if you want to win now, when services and software are more commoditized than ever, because like two companies exist and they basically sell the same thing, how are you going to choose? You're going to choose likely on brand, and brand is how you make people feel. And we think the best way to make people feel something towards you is through content. And why we like podcast as the Trojan horse to create that content is because you can create it once. You create a weekly show, let's say for an hour, talking to people who could be potential customers or people that those customers want to learn from. And that 60-minute conversation can now go through audio to Spotify and Apple Podcasts, but it can also go to YouTube video. It can also turn into an article. It can also turn into social clips. It can also, after 6 months, it can turn into a book. It can turn into slide shares. It can turn into ad creative for Facebook ads and Instagram ads. So we think that like it's one of the best things you can do from a fundamental pillar of content that can seed everything else in order to elevate your brand in the eyes of customers so that they feel connected to you in a way that they want to choose you over the competition, even though maybe your price is not exactly where they want it to be or feature or what have you. We don't want you to compete on a commodity. We want you to win on brand. And we think the podcast as the Trojan horse can like help you do that the easiest sort of way compared to anything else.
That's fantastic sharing. And of course, brand is also about the person, right? And the person that drives the podcast, the person who actually interviews another person on podcast. This is how, memorable brands are actually being built right now in 2021. And for whoever who are actually, not considering this as a medium or a vehicle for them to do branding and nailing it the right way, I think they're really missing out on a very big chunk of these opportunities.
Yes. Totally. And like, it's interesting. And I know we're wrapping up, but like I talked to a potential customer about a month or two ago, and they had talked to me 18 months ago about starting a podcast in a particular space. And now I'm talking to them and they're kicking themselves for not having started it, because when they were going to 18 months ago, there were no other shows in that space. They would have been the only one. They would have no competition. Now today, there's dozens of shows in that space. And so we think the opportunity to be early is still there. But like if you wait another 2 years, there's going to be quadruple the amount of competition with other shows. And so the earlier you jump in, we do think you still have an advantage just by being early right now.
Fully agree. And business is a sport, right? Speed is the essence. And if any brands or companies out there do not consider speed as part of the big factor in them winning the game, then they shouldn't even be in business in the first place. So I think what you shared today is really beautiful, and help us to break it down in very simple terms what you do and what Lemon Pie and House of Brands, that podcast, really add on to this podcasting realm. I think it's helping brands to actually be more aware of the potential of podcasting and then to actually take necessary actions right now rather than wait. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Wayne. And I would really encourage everybody out there on a marketing team or a founder or CEO who isn't using podcasting yet to really consider it, because this channel works. It absolutely can work for your brand in any single company. It's just a matter of getting the strategy right and the execution right, but it can and will work.
Fantastic. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Erik. And I hope to have you back on our festival again in the future editions, and hopefully in our future in-person event, right? And finally, when we are safe to fly again and we have an in-person event in Singapore, you can also come down, fly down to Singapore and to meet our community as well. I think it'd be great for you to share some of your experiences helping brands really crushing it in this space. So thank you once again. And please take care of yourself over there in Boston. Oh, no, Ohio, right? Sorry.
Ohio. Yeah.
Take care of us there and take care of one another. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wayne. Really appreciate it.
I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Take care.
Take care. Brian.
Hello.
Wow. It's it makes the heart fonder. The longer I don't see you.
Look at that sweet sponsorship. There we go. Right there.
Yeah, the other direction, because this is like reverse, yeah. So you like it? Is it
I do.
You like it? Fantastic.
I really do. Thank you. I'm so proud of you and all the things that you've done, man. It's really impressive. You've really hustled on all of this, and I'm very, very excited. I love seeing the Omni link up there. You've created a lot of really great connections, and I think you're a great resource for a lot of people in this space now.
Thank you so much. If that's a compliment, I'll take it. Thank you, Brian. And it all started because you came on to my show, the CMO Asia podcast. Like what my previous guest was saying, right? Podcasting is a Trojan horse. And I think the best thing from doing that podcast is not the monetary gain, but actually having awesome guests like you who come on to a podcast show and share those fantastic knowledge that inspires and not just educate and inspire for me to actually build a festival out of it. You actually changed my life.
Well, thanks, man. I remember getting the request from you for that, and you're like, join me on CMO Asia. And I was like, I don't have a lot of information about Asia, and I've definitely never been a CMO, but I'm new, and let's talk on more shows. And we hit it off. I think we've had a great friendship, and I think we're going to work together on a lot of things in the future because we share the same mindset that our goal is to educate as many people as possible and make it available to them so that they can better themselves and join the space that we're really excited about. I mean, you and I are both skilled people. We could be in another industry making probably way more money and less vagueness on some aspects of it. But podcasting just has such an appeal. It's so fun. There's something so cool about it. Even if you're not even the person creating a podcast, like my podcast is finally going to go live. But until that point, like it was just so fun being someone who could help people who are trying to build their podcast. So awesome space.
You stun me every time when you remind me that you're just an engineer. I don't think you're just an engineer.
No, I'm not even an engineer. I'm just a guy who talks to engineers.
And the fact that you have never been a CMO, but you're actually writing the stuff, sharing the content, and educating all the CMOs around the world so that they can make better decisions at ad buying, especially when it comes to buying ads in podcasts, right? Which is something that I want to dive right into because your recent newsletter is just simply wonderful. It again opened my eyes to so many factors that affect buying ads, especially host-read ads, which is the thing now, right? Everybody wants that because it's that sweet spot of getting the ROI that everyone is chasing for. CMOs are chasing for that. So it'd be great if you can maybe help us to audiorize some of the key points in that particular newsletter. I picked up a few, and I hope that you can help me to expand it for our audience in Asia. So for the first question, I'm just gonna straight away chime in with this number one question for brands, right, and podcasters and agencies. Why is this an opportunity to learn about new tools, improve their understanding of the process, and identify where they can improve when it comes to your recent newsletter, which is basically about how to follow or shouldn't follow Jordan Harbinger when it comes to buying host-read ads on podcasts?
Yeah, so Jordan Harbinger, it was so funny as he explained some of these things to me. It was like a wizard explaining to a scientist how to like cast a spell, because he's talking about all these things, and at first he's like, I have all this experience, and he super does. It's amazing. He's like, so first you need like 14 years of experience, and then be able to listen to these podcasts and get a good gut feeling. And I was like, well, we can't sell that yet. So how do we do it? How do we replicate it? And my goal, what I wrote out, I don't think is news to a lot of the successful agencies in the space that represent a brand and go through all of the things, all of these steps. It's probably not even a secret to the brands that are topping the charts on companies like Thought Leaders or Magellan or other partners out there. But for me, the amount of times that I would walk into a room when I was working with Megaphone or working with Barometric, now Claritas, and they would say, buying programmatic's easier. Let's just do that. You don't want to get into the management of host read, but that's why so many people are at the table, right? The appeal of the host who has the audience connection and relationship, talking and saying, hey, I like the Jordan Harbinger show. And because you like my show, I think you'll like the Jordan Harbinger show too. That's going to get conversions. That's why when we talk on this podcast and you say, I love your newsletter, Bryan, sign up at soundsprofitable.com. I get, whenever we talk, and see, you get it up there. Whenever we talk, I see it bouncing up on my subscription link because host read transfer something. So the goal was to say, like, how do you as a brand, as an individual person, make the decision? Do I want to take on all this work, and can I? Or in each step, where can I get help? You know, the first step is trying to figure out the partners that you're going to work with, right? Do you want to go directly to an individual podcast? If you do, you have to do a lot of research, how to find the right podcast. You got to listen to all of them. You got to figure out which ones connect appropriately, what their contact info is. So really ground up. That's tough. That's why the next step exists. Networks and ad rep firms, right? Midroll is a great network to reference there. And, Market Ingenuity. You also have on the ad rep firm, True Native Media, Heather, who I'm sure has been on already or is coming on soon. Is a great example there. And you're dealing with these people that went out and found shows that they found valuable, aggregated them together, have done the vetting of the shows for you, will handle the contact of getting it across multiple shows, and will let you interact with one person to get a wider reach. So instead of building your whole pool, you're going to start talking to one person who has a pool of maybe 10 or 100 or 1,000 shows that they already work with. And then the in-between there is kind of like that publisher representation, kind of like that technical tool that's a tech-first approach. That great friends of all of ours, Jamie at Matchcast. We also have Zvook and thought leaders as well that allow you to see, like, it's like working with the network partners, but it's using that UI and tool first to find out about the shows and then moving to execute on the campaign. So like, that was really fun to break down and say, like, structure it more about what do you want to do? Because whatever you want to do, you can do it all, but you can also pass it off to different people along the way.
And the brilliant thing about your recent newsletter article is that you're helping us to put faces to brands or companies. And even these companies are being categorized now into like publisher representation companies. So that's obviously a Truth Native Media, right? Immediately I'll put Heather Osgood's face right there.
Yeah.
And Marketplace Solutions, Matchcast, Jamie Ng's face will be right there, And of course, the Magellan AI will be under the podcast lookup tools category. So you're helping us to break it down in such simple terms that helps to make this heavy lifting effort for CMOs. You have greatly reduced it and immediately helps them to even identify their potential partners even better and quicker by just simply diving in and read your article 3 times, front to back.
Well, I'll tell you, the hardest part is that there are so many really cool companies out there that do so many different things, and they're not at a point where they can distill their message into 2 sentences, or it's not clear from their website where their box ends. And I think that podcasting is a niche market, right? Like, you're doing the PodFest Asia Festival right now, right? If you're just like, hey, I want to do PodFest Texas, probably a little bit out of your zone. Granted, you know how to run a festival, but like, do you need to pick up a new territory? And I really encourage all these companies to get better at writing a 2-line of what they do. Really focusing on presenting it as quick and fast as possible. I get a kick out of the Zvook platform, which I was playing around with earlier today when I was talking to them, because it like, I could just go in and mess around immediately. I don't need to sign up for anything. I don't need to talk to someone. Magellan has a similar example of that. They have their really good podcastads.com, I think it is, where it just has samples of the content. The more I can play around with, the more I can access, the more I can summarize it in 2 sentences, the more people know what to do with it. Because if you're a Swiss Army knife, people are going to grab that screwdriver that they need instead of thinking like, oh, it's on there. So for me, I that's been a lot of my work. That article, most of it was written. That one section describing the partners probably took more than the rest of the article, because it's not easy to consolidate them. And I'm glad you like putting a face to everybody, because that's the truth of it. This is a people-based business still, right? We want to make it big scale programmatic, but you see Omni up there, I think of Sharon. You know, you see, like you said, True Native Media, you think of Heather, you see Matchcast, you think of Jamie. These are people that you can go talk to at any level that's relevant, or even if it's not, if you just want advice or whatnot, like that's a big appeal to me. And I want to make sure people know who the people to talk to are.
And that's the biggest strength of a marketer. That's why I'm astounded you're not a CMO because you came up with something like that. It's so sophisticated writing. And of course, it's like an ID parade, and you manage to put it all together in your newsletter, which I think is something that everybody must read front to back 3 times a week and get educated, right away. And of course, you also have a very good agenda, because I think there is a call to action in every article that you wrote. You mentioned that for the ad tech companies, this article is actually a call to action. Industry needs to fix some of the glaring holes that make buying host-read ads inaccessible for brands to try on their own. So what exactly are you referring to when you're mentioning all these glaring holes? Can you maybe just highlight a couple for us?
I think that we have a lot of really cool ways for people to buy a bunch of podcast ads. Like I said, the network model and the publisher representation model are really great because it's one human interacting with another human and buying at scale. But there's no tech to it, right? There can be, but a lot of it is Google Sheets and Google Documents, and it's
manual.
Like we could use, very manual. We could use some order management tools. We could use something that a buyer can comfortably log into in one place and manage everything and all their relations. And that's tough. That's tough to sell these big companies that have created these cool, unique silos on their own end. On like, hey, let's all play ball, because they will lose customers if they make their data and everything accessible in a central location where they can also buy from somebody else. Then they're completing in one place. Whereas if, you just log into Triton or just log into AdsWiz, you have to go out of your way to access the other inventory. You have to do more steps. So the tools that I'm really focusing on are, what can a buyer do to not have to log into 10 platforms to really take advantage of this? How do they get their air checks handled in a better fashion? Because it's kind of sloppy right now. There's no tool. What a great third-party offering that I say as a brand, hey, I use this tool for air checks. Here's your account, log in. I want them all in there, and I want it in this format. And then, the organizing all the data, like Chartable, PodTrack, and especially Triton, which everybody, I hope you check out the product deep dive I did with them. Having that data in a central location, so I don't have to ask all these publishers for their data. I can look it up myself. I can trust a third party that's verified instead of a person that I do want to trust, but I have to trust 100 of them, and I have to get their data, and I have to remember to ask for it, and I have to remember to ask for it in specific areas. And one of the things that Jordan shared with me that I didn't put in the article was when he would talk to these partners, he would ask for their numbers, and they would give him numbers, and he'd be like, okay, but how about your IAB numbers? And then they would give him a new set of numbers, because if there's no unified sources, there's no third-party verification on this stuff. Everybody wants to put their best foot forward. If you're self-reporting numbers and your numbers change for the worse, maybe you don't update your website. So it's tough. The tools we need are more accessibility for buyers, because the easier it is for buyers to buy across podcasting, the more activity we're going to see from them, the more we're going to see new buyers in podcasting.
And you put it so succinctly, in your newsletter, and is even considered as a Bible or maybe a product roadmap strategy plan for all these companies that you have identified. These are basically the things that they can actually look at improving on for this year, right? Either if they're building a tool or just making the process easier with less heavy lifting for those advertisers and CMOs. And you're basically telling them this is the direction you should go if you want to win this game and be in top of the class, right? So I'm just amazed by how you are able to actually not just elevate the industry by educating everybody, you're also able to show them how to actually win, and that's an amazing strength.
I think so. That's I want to share something on that one specifically, and thank you for the compliment. Seriously, I feel like I'm blushing the whole time we talk on all this stuff. It's as a product manager, which I spent a lot of my career doing, like, you would be like, I have a great idea. I know it's going to improve things for everybody. I have some client feedback. And then you get to the point where you present and put it on the roadmap, and they'll be like, does it earn revenue? And they're like, well, I don't have any revenue like earmarked for it, but these 3 companies say it will improve things for them. And it says, okay, well, it's only 3 companies. It's got no revenue. We got all these other projects that definitely have a dollar amount associated with it, or they are paid to use, so we can estimate what it's going to be. And we have 10 customers doing it. So when I write these articles and I say like there's room for these features, my real hope is that the people who could find value in it are going to take this article and be like, yeah, you know, I work with Triton, I work with Omni, I'm a client of yours, I want these features. He's right. Because I want to give the people at these companies who are working on such great things and want to build useful tools that don't always have like a direct revenue number, I want to give them more client feedback. Or maybe they fall flat. Maybe I get enough replies and people are like, we don't want any of those tools. You're wrong. And then I get to write a whole new article about how I'm wrong, or I bring them on as a guest. Because at the end of the day, these are my opinions and experience on these things that I think will lift and help the space. I think they're generally in the right direction, but I'm always happy to be proven wrong.
I think so far you're proving, that others are wrong. And of course, it helps that you articulate so well. And I think there's a section called Buying the Campaign, like why choose, that the problem won't happen, with networks, rep agencies, and ad tech marketplaces. It's in their best interests to have their information current and available. This is like something that they should have already have done it, way ahead or way before, right? But of course, now that we have seen that this hasn't really been solved in the marketplace. This hasn't really been solved by any industry player or all these tool providers, right? This is now an opportunity for them to actually win the game by solving this particular problem this year. And this year, if you solve this, you're gonna be the champion and the winner.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you don't have the specific mandate to keep things up to date, if that's not your job or how your livelihood is set, you don't have a process that automates it, or you don't have tools that do it automatically for you. Like, I don't think I'm generalizing here. I think everybody's struggling right now in the entire world. It has been a very rough year. It is not over. It's leaked into a new year. There might be some high points to it, but if it's not like a make or break for me, I'm pushing against the clock on it constantly. And so I can't imagine that if I'm a podcast, like if I'm making a podcast, I'm a smaller show and I want to represent my inventory, I still have to worry about making the show. I have to get that live. So maybe my numbers aren't up to date. Maybe I'm not pulling information as often. Maybe I'm referencing a sticky note that's on my monitor. And when somebody does email me about it, I just answer that back, or I don't answer it right away because I got a deadline and I just lost revenue. So that's why, I think that the process is so important, and I am working with partners and working with tools, because the more we can automate right now, the more breathing room we get. And I think everybody kind of needs it.
And what I love about a newsletter, and this is from someone who reads tons of newsletter, but I normally only open those that continuously grab my attention. Yours definitely grab my attention because you are always wrapping it up at the end of the newsletter and basically providing the questions that are so pertinent that CMOs should be asking, their partners, like the moment they open and they read this news article, right? They should forward it and just copy that 5, wrapping it up, 5 questions they should ask themselves and send it over to their partners and get answers instantly. Like if the answer is no for all the 5, right? It's time to change your partner.
Maybe, yeah. No, the homework's been really good. The wrapping it up thing, I'm going to give full credit to Ivo Terra, who's been an amazing mentor. I'm sure he's been on the show before. And yeah, I mean, Ivo takes my ideas and then pushes me to make them better and provide better wrap-ups and stuff, because they are dense. I mean, this was a very long article. I hope people found a lot of value from it, but I tried to break it up with a little bit of Star Wars jokes. But more than anything, yeah, you gotta make things digestible. If someone can't engage with your entire content, providing the ability for them to glean the main points that you want and give them actionable steps, even if they can't spend the 10 minutes with the article, I think is really beneficial. I think that really helps people engage and helps them want to find time, because right now it's a struggle to find time.
Exactly, and you save so many CMOs time by just having this homework section, right? This 4 or 5 questions right at the end. Sometimes they could even skip the entire article, just go straight down to homework, and then just look for the 4 or 5 questions down there and just get answers right away. Do you actually recommend that CMOs skip the entire thing and just go straight to the good stuff, which is right below?
I mean, if people are going to skip the entire thing, I hope they go down to my sponsor section and click on all the sponsors and talk to them directly. But no, I mean, I don't know. The idea of skipping stuff is something that I've struggled with the podcast that comes out on Sunday, and the whole focus is that they're extensions of the articles. And so how do I make that entertaining if someone hasn't read the newsletter? And I'm trying to figure all that out. And like, how bad would it be if you started a newsletter and it said, hey, this episode is completely going to be useless to you if you haven't read that 10-page or 10-minute article on a website. So for me, I think that if you don't want to engage with it, you don't have time, it's okay, right? The articles have staying power. Most of them are not meant to be flashes in the pan. They're things that you can go back to. I hope people find time and go back and read them. I think you can get a good amount of value from just the homework, but I don't know if you'll be able to execute on just that. So hopefully people are finding time to read it. Or if you don't, maybe the appropriate answer is you assign somebody on your team the ability to do that, and you give them the breathing room to do that, because a lot of people want to learn. They're just kind of told to go do it after hours right now, and that's not great.
And podcasters need to learn this stuff as well, yeah? Especially if you want to really articulate in simple terms and break it down for their clients and their partners as well. And this is something that they could just print out and maybe just highlight the key things or the takeaways that they could always reuse or repurpose for, I don't know, when they're trying to pitch to a new client, for example. These are the additional value that they could use to actually make themselves a more premium service provider than just simply a content creator or a podcaster.
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, that's my hope with all of this, is that people go and when they're trying to make a specific pitch or whatnot, and there's a concept that they're struggling to get across, then they go to Sounds Profitable and they look and they say, oh, well, he does have an article that covers that. And we're going to get a little bit better on how we format it and make it available so that it can be a true like resource tool. We'll organize it by different topic types. So that when you're making that presentation, you can say, hey, here's some information. If you want to learn more about it, here's an unbiased third party. Great conversation with a few of the agencies that I referenced in the newsletter this past week. And they were just talking about like, oh, that's awesome. We do all those things and we can do a great job at it. They're going to take that article and they're going to share it, and then they're going to add their wrapper around it, right? They're going to say, this is a great informational piece about how this works. We're called out in it as someone who does it correctly. Why don't we tell you exactly how we do it and why you should work with us specifically? That's my hope. This is for education. This is for sales. This is for everyone, because it's unbiased and it's supposed to be as flat as possible about this is actually how it works. This is how you can do it. And I just want more people to read it.
Any plans to put this out in a book or release it in an audio book format?
It's funny. I'm impressed by all the people who take their podcast and they record it in video format and audio format and distribute it in clips on social and put it on other channels and do everything they can with it. I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if that's going to generate any necessary benefit. I'm sure it'll get to a different type of audience, but I think that right now, my focus this year is just to continue to put out content in cool ways, create new kind of products. I struggle to say product because I'm not like coding or building anything, but more like neat executions that are valuable to show things off. That's my focus there. But I don't think a book or an audio book is in my future, but you might be able to convince me otherwise. Maybe we do one in another language and you help me out.
In Chinese, that would be fascinating. Yeah. Really an interesting project to embark on, right? I'm excited Yeah. I'm excited every time I read your newsletter because I learn so much, learn tons. So I remember just before this week, you were already releasing another one of your hits, your brand studies article. So that particular article, how long did it take for you to actually come up with that? And of course, it requires a team effort, right? Like what you mentioned earlier, Evo Terra was involved. And of course, for the brand studies, that's a different set of team players you have to actually, form up in order to come up with something that's so valuable.
Yeah, I half my articles come from topics and things that I've hit up against that I struggled to understand previously. And brand safety was or not brand safety, the brand survey one was a great example of that. Like I'm a huge fan of Tom Webster from Edison Research. And so working with him and having the chance to hear his feedback on this stuff, and Jeff Fiddler of Signal Hill Insights, both of those guys are people that I've had a lot of really great conversations with. But at the end of the day, when someone says, how do these things work? I didn't know. So that was a longer one to work on because I had to get them to continue to explain it to me. And there were parts that we had to go over 3 or 4 times. And I kept apologizing, which I felt bad about. But I think the truth is that if I didn't understand it but I was willing to say something about it, I'm not convinced that I'm going to be able to, or like, I'm positive if I don't understand it, there'll be other people who don't understand it that just won't raise their hand. So what I can say is that if it's like Tuesday and I have a really cool idea for an article and I start messaging people about it, they respond super fast. And that's been really great. But there are some longer projects and articles I've been working on, gathering resources and whatnot that can't be turned around in a week.
And it's like really enlightening and eye-opener for me. I didn't even know there are so many methods of surveys. Your pre-post, your panel, panel-based surveys, yeah. And what's the other one? I couldn't remember suddenly. Control exposure, yeah. So these are all the terms that we should memorize. And whenever I can't remember them, I go back to your newsletter. So there's no other resources out there that really requires so much starting into. I think this is it. This is the only the go-to resource that everyone needs to really stay on top of the game and be really educated and be updated. I think that's why you're attracting so many sponsors as well. I think for one very good reason, you're also showing them the right direction in terms of improving their product, especially if they're very blindly customer centric, right? This is basically how a customer wants in terms of their expectations out of a product or a service or platform. It's all articulated right there in your newsletter.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. And that's, my sponsors allow me to do this, right? I have no desire or I will never charge people to learn from me. I think that that's a great model. And I'm not putting it down, but I remember being an account manager, a sales engineer, a technical account manager, a product manager who was working well over 8 hours a day and was not receiving any internal training and barely ever got the ability to go to like a massive convention where I could learn or, meet these people. And I struggled to get where I was. I struggled to get the positions I had and to prove myself and climb the ladder. And it's not getting easier, right? I think we have a big hole in management. We have a big hole in education. So these sponsors, their endorsement here is saying that they find this valuable and it's allowing me to make this my full-time job, not take on any bias by being specifically employed by any company, and try and educate people at their companies and other companies who are just kind of struggling. Because my dream, if someone more diverse than a white bearded man can write about the topics I am and put me out of business, I'd be okay with it. I'd figure out something else, because we need more people in this space. We need more people who want to engage and understand all of this stuff. And I'm happy to teach. I'm happy to take on tutors. I'm happy to speak to groups, answer any questions, because this information, I'm fortunate that I know it. I have a little bit of skill in applying it, but I would like to, I want to look back in a year and find the people that took the ideas I had are way more successful than I am, than the company they were at, all of that stuff, because they found a pathway to start learning and to start applying it. That's my goal. And these sponsors allow me to do that. They allow me to focus on creating the articles and not get bogged down with everything else.
100% inspiring, 100% pure intent, 100% the model everyone should replicate and actually adopt. I think that's how we can make this world a better place from these tiny little gestures. Of course, these gestures that you made are actually big sacrifices and through lots of learning and failures as well. And then coming back 1,000 times after those stumbles along the way, right? So we're so glad to be able to connect with you again and get you to come on to the festival one more time. And of course, I hope that every month you come back because you always have something new to bring onto the table. Not just, every month during the festival, every week when you publish a newsletter that everyone is just waiting, for it to drop in their inbox. So I'm really excited to see your next newsletter because there's so many things we can jam on next again on the newsletter again. So I'm looking forward to your reappearance on the festival. And Bryan, please take care.
Thanks, man.
Right down there in Austin, Texas right now, the COVID situation.
It's not great, but it's getting better, hopefully. But look, I'll come back anytime. And I'll talk to anybody. If anybody, has any questions about podcast ad tech, they can reach out to me at soundsprofitable.com. They can reach out to you, and then me and you can answer their questions. I'm just here to help. I want to spread that knowledge. I want to empower people at all levels to get into the industry or better themselves in the industry.
Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. So
thank you.
Really appreciate you again. So I'll see you again, my friend. I'll see you next month and during our February edition of the PodFest Asia.
There we go. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Cheers. Jonathan, how are you?
Wayne? How are you?
I'm sorry, I abruptly brought you on stage and you're drinking a beverage. What are you drinking?
Just some coffee. I was thinking Wayne was going to do a segue, an introduction, something. I would like to introduce myself. The screen says that I'm Bryan Barletta, founder of Sounds Profitable. The truth is, I'm also from Austin. So when I heard that Bryan was from Austin, I was like, "Oh, cool, my hometown. That sounds good. I'm gonna hit him up with and the folks at Sounds Profitable, figure out what that's about. That sounds pretty cool. He sounds like a great guy.
Oh, he's a great guy. He's one of the singular, factor or person that inspired me to start this festival in the first place. Because he was on my podcast called the CMO Asia podcast, where I actually interview CMOs and all the marketers, marketing people. And he was a breath of fresh air because he was bringing so many interesting topics around ad tech, podcasting, deeper knowledge about podcasting, how to measure campaigns, how to buy ads on podcasts, things like that. So I always find him very educational. I should connect the both of you because you guys are in the same city and lots of interesting and really wonderful people are all from Austin, I notice, including you.
I'm in Los Angeles now, but I grew up in Austin, and I still consider Austin my home in a huge way. And Bryan just sounds like a cool guy. I'm always up for meeting Austinites and cool people. That's how you and I met, Wayne.
How did we meet, actually? Clubhouse?
Yeah, we met through Clubhouse, which is probably the fastest networking app I've ever experienced. It's so aggressively fast in helping you meet people from all sorts of disciplines. But I talked about starting a podcast network, and you sent me an email, and I said, okay, cool. I don't know Wayne that well, but let's figure out what this is all about. Where are you at, Wayne?
I'm based in Singapore right now. It's 2 a.m. right here in Singapore. So I'm still doing this marathon live stream, and Clubhouse is a place where I was able to connect with cool people like you. And, because it's linked directly to your Instagram, right? I was able to visit your website in a few clicks. I was able to see exactly whether you're the right fit for the festival, and you're more than a right fit. You're going to bring something that's so valuable to us. You add a cool factor to this particular festival.
Well, we're not the biggest podcast. We're not the biggest podcast network, but we're definitely one of the oldest. I mean, I started podcasting in 2005, and I don't know that many people who heard about podcasting before 2005. But for me, it was a return to something that I wanted to do since I was a child, which was I wanted to get into radio and I wanted to get into broadcast television. And my heroes were always people like David Letterman. And here in the States, there was a show on E! Called Talk Soup. And I just religiously watched it because it would make fun of all the different talk shows. And the host, Greg Kinnear, he's been an Oscar nominated actor. But, he started out as a host on this show, making fun of talk shows, and I loved it. And that was really kind of where I came from, was the humor of things like Kids in the Hall and Mystery Science Theater 3000, some of the stuff that some of the geeks would have been into in the early 90s. And so I went into radio in college, and that's what I did for 4 years in college. And as I segued into filmmaking, which brought me to LA and to grad school in New York, I really missed radio. And so when a friend introduced me to podcasting, it was pretty much a very quick fix for me. It was very easy for me to decide in 2005 that this was something that I wanted to do for a long time. And we've been doing it ever since. Pretty much every week we've been putting out a show.
I think what caught my attention when I connected with you on Clubhouse and then clicking on your Instagram and going to your website, right, is the fact that you're the owner of Geekscape. And geek or geeks are basically my tribe. I love people who are from my tribe because you like the same things that I love. I think you competed in the 1990 Nintendo World Championship.
That's one of the best memories of my life. And I guess I'm, for you video watchers, I don't know if you're putting this out on a podcast feed later, but I'm wearing my original NES controller hat that I bought at the Nintendo store in New York. It's one of the places I have to go to every time I'm in New York. I just have to kind of walk around the Nintendo store and see what they've got. Because sometimes they have the exclusives that are only available at the store. But yeah, that's one of my fondest memories as a kid, was my father putting me in the car from Austin and driving up to Dallas and competing in the regionals. I didn't do great, but I came back with a t-shirt and a certificate signed by Mario. So that's legit. And I for sure wore that t-shirt in my school photo that year. And if you find me on Twitter at Jonathan London, you'll see that photo as my icon, as my school photo from, I think, 1991 or so. And it's a very happy 12-year-old smiling in that photo. Yeah. And that's kind of where podcasting started. It was, for me, it was what I discovered as a filmmaker was a pretty harsh reality of having to learn how to aggregate an audience. And really in the early 2000s, the best shot for doing that was something like a Yahoo listserv, or getting an email list together to let people know that you had a brand new commercial out, or a brand new music video, or a short film. But the problem with that is, as a introductory filmmaker, you're working so sporadically that your audience is just going to find other things to entertain themselves. And it was really hard to retain and feed that audience with constant entertainment. And so what I realized with podcasting was that it was something that had a very small barrier of entry that I could do every week consistently in order to retain an audience. I couldn't make a film every week. And I wasn't being hired at the rate of being able to put out a commercial or a music video every week. That kind of stuff is impossible, and you really need a much bigger production capacity than what I had. So I found my audience to just be going to the winds. And every time I made a new film or wanted to promote, I had to scramble to find new people, and it was really hard to hang on to the diehard audience. So building the podcast first was my way of kind of keeping them all in one place. It was, the design was never to just make a podcast. It was always to start a community. And so calling them an audience has always been something that I will say, but I've always really thought about the Geekscapists as a community. And even so much that in thinking of the name Geekscape, I think about like the entire landscape of what it is being a geek and being part of the tribe that you talk about. And I wanted it to be welcoming. I wanted you to know that if you come to Geekscape, or you listen to Geekscape, or you're in any way a part of Geekscape, that anything goes. If you're a fan of video games, or if you're a fan of comic books, or if you're a fan of film or television, that works just as well as if you're a geek about sports, or you're a geek about cars, or anything. It just meant that you were passionate. And it definitely has the pop culture connotations that started becoming really popular very quickly with things like Marvel films and the explosion of Harry Potter and Dungeons and Dragons, that stuff really started picking up very quickly after I started the podcast, which was just a lucky coincidence. But the other thing that started up was podcasting. And so I built it to be able to feed the audience or the community very quickly and to keep them around for when I was making film projects. And so that has paid off in ways like Kickstarters or crowdfunding, because we kind of have that audience there. The first thing that I did when I decided on Geekscape was I made a nickname, Geekscapists, because you have to have a nickname for your community. I called them Geekscapists. And then really the business decisions I made right off the bat were to make a logo and to think of the color green as our signature color because of the vibrancy and the connotation that there's growth. The next thing that I did was I signed up for a booth at Comic-Con San Diego, which is the largest pop culture convention in the United States. And so I was on a wait list for 4 years. We finally got off of it in 2010, and we've been exhibitors there ever since. But I think that as much as people are podcasters and online personalities, and they have that online presence, I think it's really important to also be able to hug your community and be able to take photos of your community and be a part of the, just have a real world connection with your community that I think sometimes gets taken for granted when you think about just being online and pushing the online growth. So I definitely wanted to make sure that we were going to events, that we were going to real world events. And what happened very quickly is several years into Geekscape, maybe 3 or 4, some of the audience members started wanting to make their own podcasts. And they had been inspired to make podcasts. And that made me really happy that they saw that I could do it. If Jonathan can do it, anybody can do it. And that still holds true. And so really the way I felt was that if the community was going to start making podcasts, that it would be best if they kept them in the community and that we build out a network, and that if the best place for them to start would be at home with us, so that the first audiences that they don't have to start from scratch. They don't have to just hope that somebody on their Twitter or Facebook or their Instagram finds their podcast. They could just promote it amongst the people who are already listening to Geekscape. So that's where the Geekscape network started. And I think there are 14 shows right now. I honestly don't know how many shows we have. It's somewhere in that neighborhood, but Matt Kelly, who is one of the early Geekscape podcasters, who now co-hosts the Horror Movie Night show. It's our horror show. He runs the podcast network now, and he's the self-proclaimed director of content at the Geekscape network. He gave himself that title, but you know what? He's so great. I was like, okay, I'll let you have it for sure. I mean, he earned it, and that's really what he does. He makes sure that we have great shows coming up.
You and my previous guest, Bryan Barletta, right? He's a huge Dungeons and Dragons podcast fan.
Yes.
He'll be religiously listening to every singular episode on that series. So I think both of you could nerd out on Dungeons and Dragons. And when the word, Geekscape come to my mind, and when you describe your tribalists or people in your tribe as Geekscapers, immediately it's bringing me to the opening scene, or maybe the first 2 episodes of that Amazon Prime series, Utopia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's a show that probably really put the faces to what you're describing in terms of people who show up at San Diego Comic-Con and being able to hug your tribe, right? That's exactly what was depicted during those opening scenes in that series.
Yeah, and Utopia is a bunch of misfits, right, and rejects kind of thrown together. And what's funny is my good friend Andy McKenzie, who is we go and like do fitness together. We throw tires, which isn't a very geek thing to do, but he's a geek about it. His daughter, Farah, is on the show. She's the little girl on Utopia. And just like over the years of knowing Andy and Farah by extension, and like seeing her, like she's in a new Chuck Lorre show coming up, and she had a ton of success with Utopia. She's an amazing actress, but whenever I watch Utopia, I'm like, wow, she's awesome, and she's growing up to be an awesome actress. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a group of misfits, and I think that geeks, they can be really mislabeled, and I think that being alone in this world is a rough way to go, and a lot of us don't get that choice. Some of us can be seen as misfits, and life is hard. Like there's you have sudden moments in your life where things don't go the way you want, and you can get derailed. I mean, look at this last year that we all lived through. We're all broadcasting out of our homes, and I like to record Geekscape in person with my guests so that I can see their eyes and sort of gauge the conversation in a personal way. I like Geekscape to be a personal experience. I haven't been able to do that since April or March. So life has this way, and the world has this way of surprising you and sometimes knocking you down. But I wanted to build something where people could empower each other and say, you know what? I've also been rejected by girls all my life. I never made the football team or the basketball team. I was never good at sports. I was never a popular person in school, but I'm popular here, and people like me here, and I'm good at things here. And in bringing those people together and empowering them and making the network was definitely part of it. I think that in our small way, we're working against that like the negativity that can take over when life puts you on your butt a lot, and you finally say, you know what? I'm going to start having negative thoughts, or I'm going to start treating people badly. And I'm going to maybe get on Instagram and yell at this actress because she's in the Star Wars movie. And the kind of toxicity that we see online, our motto, and it's something that I thought of years ago, and we ultimately got our act together enough to make a T-shirt, is don't hate, create. And it's 2 sentences, and that's really, it's funny. It became, I looked up one day and Instagram had used it as like an emoji, and it was create, don't hate or something. But I was like, wait a minute, we started selling that shirt a year ago. And ultimately it's not that complicated of an idea, and it's something that plenty of people have thought of, but it's something that I thought was important for us, because we spend a lot of time with creators. We spend a lot of time with comic book creators or filmmakers or video game people. And a lot of them, I mean, they all started out as independent artists. They all started out alone, and they had to pick up a pencil, or they had to take their ideas and they had to put them and bring life to them. And that's a really hard thing. They made something out of nothing. And I know they're not doctors, and we know they're not, but you can't say that someone like Stan Lee didn't change the world. You can't say that George Romero didn't create a billion-dollar industry in zombies. You can't say that these people aren't thought leaders, and you can't discredit them just because they're working in superheroes or in fantasy. Those are the most effective means of metaphor and lessons that we have. Those are our modern-day Greek myths and how we convey right and wrong. So when people start hating on those people, and you see that online, you get a lot of access to creators, and you see people hating on them. Your artwork sucks. I hated this story. Your film stunk. Part of Don't Hate, Create was the energy that you're spending hating on something. Why don't you take that energy and make something? Add to where there is nothing. And that's a really hard. It's actually a really hard thing to do. It's how I spend every day. And I maybe at best get 2 or 3 hours out of effectively creating something, and then my brain is gone, or I'm just tired. So if I can write for 2 hours a day, I feel like a best-selling author. Making something out of nothing is wrong. It's just hard. I daydream all day, but I don't know if I can actually put pen to paper all day. Does that make sense?
So many things that you just mentioned right there, that really resonate, and some of the things that you mentioned, giving me goosebumps as well. I think one of the things you mentioned earlier about people who get bullied in school, right? And they join the Miyagi-Do, or they join Cobra Kai, or they join the Eagle Fang. They join
I think
for a reason, right? To have a sense of belonging and also not feel lonely.
I would like to think that I'm Eagle Fang, but I think I would just be Miyagi-Do. And Miyagi-Do is cool, but Miyagi-Do is such like by the book, and they're kind of the schoolboys of the whole karate movement. If you're talking about Cobra Kai social structure, that I think I would go with. I think I would want to be. I don't think I would be gullible enough to be Cobra Kai, but I definitely would be. I would probably be like kind of the square and be Miyagi-Do. And there's something to be said for that, besides the fact that I have been told I have a resemblance to Ralph Macchio for my entire life. I actually had the two showrunners, two of the showrunners of Cobra Kai on the show years ago, to talk about they did the fourth American Pie movie, American Reunion, and I went to school with one of them, so we had them on Geekscape, and I would love to have them back on the show. That would be a lot of fun. John Hurwitz and Hayden Schlossberg. I should reach out to them and say, hey, come back on and let's talk karate. Unless you're in production. I think the Cobra Kai is a lot of fun. I think it's the right way to do nostalgia, and a lot of geek culture like lives in nostalgia, and a lot of it, in my opinion, does it in a way that I don't find satisfying, where you're getting sort of remakes of stories that you've seen before instead of injections of new characters and a continuation of where those characters are. So if you have a movie and it's basically just the first film in the trilogy or the first film in the series redone but bigger with more special effects, I don't know if that's as satisfying as saying, hey, these are characters that we grew up with. We need to give a new generation a chance, but catch up with these characters and see where they are. But they should pretty much take a back seat to the new stories, because I'm old now. I started Geekscape when I was in my 20s, and I'm now in my early 40s, and it's not mine anymore. And I have to understand that the people who are in their 20s and picking up Geekscape, I can't hold on to that culture like it's just mine. I can't let it age with me, or else, does that make sense? I think there's a lot of gatekeepers in geek culture who think it's theirs, and they're making geek content for 40-year-olds. And I think that you always have to make geek content for teenagers and for kids, and hope that it still resonates with older people. I was just watching a Transformers War for Cybertron on my Netflix, which is a show that my friend FJ DeSanto show runs, and he's been on Geekscape plenty of times. But I'm watching the episode, and even though I'm 42 years old watching Transformers, it needs to work for a 7-year-old so that they can get into Transformers. And even though we have Optimus Prime and Bumblebee and the Generation 1 Transformers that you and I remember from the 80s, it still needs to work for a kid in 2021 who's never seen a Transformer, and he has to think Optimus Prime and Bumblebee are cool too, and get into that, right? So I think you can age out geek brands in a dangerous way. I think you can make Spider-Man too serious. I think you can make Batman too gritty. I think you can make Superman too contemplative and moody. And at the end of the day, I think that when you do that, you lose what's important to give kids, which is hope. Give them positivity. Give them something that motivates them and pushes them forward. You see that, The Dark Knight comes out, makes $1 billion, and suddenly everybody wants a gritty Spider-Man. Nobody wants a gritty Spider-Man. Oh, here they are. One thing about podcasting that I haven't mastered, and I should reach out to Bryan, is I just moved into this office and I have not set up any sound blanketing. So sometimes in the middle of Geekscape, it sounds like I'm actually playing Grand Theft Auto when it's really just a fire truck going past. So if you're watching are listening to PodFest Asia, I'm not trapped in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It's actually I moved to a busier neighborhood and a busier street here in LA, and it have not put up any blanketing for my sound. Oops, worst podcaster ever.
No, I mean, it's interesting. It's adding to the excitement of this conversation, because I think you have actually provided so much, of your insights, right? Your stories, and you've just, helping us to paint this scenery of what a Geekscape realm looks like. So, and of course, I love the fact that some of the key characters or the actors on Cobra Kai came on to your show. I could never have imagined that if they actually came on to my festival, I'll probably, feel like my life is complete now. You can take me anytime. So,
I mean, living in LA, you have a lot of access to those people, and in all honesty, it all just kind of came back to filmmaking. Starting out, Geekscape, the early guests that I would have on were people that I knew from filmmaking, or geeks that I knew from comic book conventions, or really they were fellow filmmakers for the most part, and they were mainly my friends. So if you watch the first few years of Geekscape, every now and then I would have a bigger name geek, but as geek culture started to grow with the Marvel films, with the as the Harry Potter film series started wrapping up in the books, and Dungeons and Dragons started picking up, and conventions started exploding, you started realizing that people wanted to come on Geekscape, and that led to people like that led to a lot of opportunities for me as a filmmaker as well. So suddenly Geekscape was being asked to sponsor a zombie convention where we had access to people like George Romero or people from The Walking Dead, and then somebody had heard about you, and so you could have people like Simon Pegg on the show, or you could have we had a relationship with Stan Lee in his later years as he started a convention here in Los Angeles. We were one of the first media sponsors for Stan Lee's convention. So we would throw parties with Stan Lee, or have Stan Lee do videos with us, or I would moderate panels with Stan. And if you'd have told me at 12 years old that would ever be my reality, I would have never believed you. I'd have thought you were messing with me. And the only thing I hoped for at 12 was that I got a job at a comic book store, and that I did that. That was my first job. And I thought, I was like, this is good enough. This is great. And so Los Angeles helps with that. But what we realized pretty quick was that in Geekscape was giving me access through podcasting to people that I could then work with in film. So we quickly, we put Simon Pegg in a documentary that we produced on zombies. We put a few of the ZombieCon people in there after we produced ZombieCon. It allowed us to become promotional partners for things like the various films. So I still like having regular geeks on Geekscape. They are who the show is about and who the show is for. But every now and then I love having a bigger name on. I think it's important for growth. But ultimately, I'm always going to be here. This is something that I just want to do until they put me in the ground, and it's very easy to do. And I should probably work on the sound blankets, but I finally got an SM7B and some cloud lifters, and figured out the audio interface on my Zoom. I just give me a chance. Sometimes you listen to a Geekscape or watch a Geekscape, and you're like, wow, this guy is the worst technical podcaster of all time, and you would be right. But it didn't stop me. I don't think anybody has to be perfect to get into podcasting. Is the most important thing. Is people just have to have something to say, and they don't necessarily even have to have something important to say, as I've proven many times. They just have to have something that resonates with people, and oftentimes that doesn't need to be important at all. It just needs to be honest. It is the most sincere medium, in my opinion.
It doesn't need to be a high in production value. All it needs is to have high content value. And I think you have a great cast, great co-host as well. I was listening to a recent episode where you were riffing about Cobra Kai, Star Soul, Nintendo, Zelda, and all this fantastic, link to my teenage years.
Here's
and immediately resonate. It doesn't require sound blanket or the best audio equipment, because you guys are it.
Well, I realized I did the show for a company called Westwood One for about 2 years. I was asked by one of the bigger radio conglomerates here in the United States, Westwood One, to come do the show at their studios because they were starting to go into podcasting. And, fancy studios, really slick stuff did not help my numbers at all, actually hurt my numbers. And what I realized was happening was the authenticity of what I was saying was going away. I was playing advertisements in some of the shows. I was getting pretty good guests, but some of the guests didn't want to come to where we were recording because I was recording within a schedule. And so I couldn't record whenever I wanted, which is not what podcasting is about at all. You can record whenever you want and put it out whenever you want. So it was affecting my ability to keep guests coming back. It was also, I think you could hear it. I think you could hear that I wasn't having fun. And I think you could hear that it was like early Howard Stern when he had to go to those radio stations and people were telling him what to do.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily telling me what to do. It just wasn't as much fun knowing that if there was a thread in the conversation, I couldn't pursue it because I had to be out of the studio in 2 minutes. Or, I couldn't really flow with the conversation because the entire time I'm watching the clock thinking, oh, Matt's going to come in here in 15 minutes and start setting up for his show. There were a lot of like small reasons why I realized, Jonathan, radio, you don't need this anymore. You don't need this stuff. And so I went back to recording on just my Zoom with my wired lavaliers in person. Sometimes would sit in a park or sit in my car or at the guest house, and maybe their dog would start barking, and the numbers just started going back up because you could hear it. You could hear that these were two people connecting rather than the erosion of that. So I think anybody should just start a podcast and see who's out there and see who's listening. You never know who's listening. Our 12th or 13th episode on the show that I did before Geekscape that led to Geekscape, Kevin Smith, who's a filmmaker here in the States, he made Clerks and he made a ton of movies that I grew up with. He listened to the show and he wanted to come on. And that was around like the 10th or 11th podcast I ever did. Kevin Smith heard it and said, "Hey, I want to come on your show." And I didn't believe that it was him because the internet. How do you prove anybody is?
Yeah, based on his voice.
No, hey, he sent me an email saying, "Jonathan, I want to come on your show," and I responded with, "F you, you're not Kevin Smith. Nice try." And he wrote back with a link to his website, and he made a post as himself. Yeah. And he said, "No, Jonathan, it's me. I want to come on your show." And I was like, how's next week?
Tell us what transpired after that. I think we have to re-invite you back on our festival next month again because you're so interesting to talk to. And I've actually prepared a dozen questions. I didn't actually manage to ask any one of them. So I want you to come back for our next festival, probably in February. And I think there are questions I want to ask you about the Asia market as well and opportunities in this side of the world. So can you maybe make a promise? Let's have you back on again next month.
Wayne, I promise you that if I'm still alive, I will be here. And I just want to quickly shout out that anybody who wants to subscribe to any of the Geekscape shows, just look for Geekscape on any of their podcatchers. We're also starting a company that helps you with your podcast. So if you look at weknowpodcast.com, we can help you edit and consult your podcast. It's really Matt Kelly and Christopher Falios' company, but they're podcasters at Geekscape. So we're helping them get their boost. So info@weknowpodcasting.com will help you with your podcast. It's easy.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
No
fun doing this with you. So I look forward to see you again next month. Please take care over there in LA.
I'll make sure that I stay alive to come back.
Please.
Thanks, buddy.
For us. I'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Cheers. Thank you, Jonathan. Kathy, how are you?
Wayne, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm fantastic. A little bit tired, but you guys and all these fantastic speakers, right, including you, you're reinvigorating me and energizing me at the same time when I talk to you. So I'm just grateful that you agreed to come on to our festival. And
of course.
Such a big thrill.
Day 2. How are you holding up?
So far, so good. There's some, topsy-turvy, up and down situation. Mood changes sometimes, right? Especially when you do such a long marathon live stream.
Sure.
And it was in the middle of, when I was streaming this morning, right? I received news that one of my podcast guests, I flew all the way to New York to interview him. And recently he gotten COVID-19. So he was actually in a serious condition in the hospital. And I received news in the middle of a broadcast that he passed away. So I actually didn't have time to grieve. So that's one downside. That's one part that probably, I think tomorrow when I wrap things up, I probably have time to grieve about the fact that, my friend has passed away. So yeah, that's just one side of, some of my mood swings during the past 24 hours.
I'm sure, Wayne, and I'm so sorry for your loss. That's a very sad story.
And how are you holding up in wherever you are? Where are you based, actually, Kelly?
Yeah, so our offices are in New York, but I am hunkered down with my family in New Jersey till COVID passes. So yeah, all good. Thank you.
That's great to hear. And of course, we are all not thrilled by this pandemic and its impact, especially to the podcasting world as well. Not just affecting, loved ones or even friends and families and peers and colleagues. So I'm just grateful that you're here today and available to talk to us because I have prepared some questions for you.
Good. Go for it. I'm ready.
All right, let's just dive in right now. And, I'm going to just bring up some questions that I've actually written down in bullet points. I think there are 7 bullet points that we're going to cover. Each one of them, starting with your thoughts on podcasting, from revenue, diversification, and industry consolidation to what it takes to actually exploit IP into film and TV deals.
Awesome. Those are great questions. In terms of revenue diversification, I mean, I run Macmillan Podcasts. I run Quick and Dirty Tips, 2 podcast networks that have been around for a while. I think what we've seen since I started in early 2012, when it was just host-read ads, that was the primary focus for any monetization, right? That's still our bread and butter. But what I'm really happy to see is that I think there are a lot more opportunities now for podcasters. A lot of podcasters are having success with merch. There's opportunities if your show is a really good fit for a premium app. And I think that bears further discussion because it's not as simple as it sounds. But some podcasters are having, and we have had some really good success with putting some of our shows behind a paywall, at least for the first iteration, for the first season, for the first weeks, and then moving it out into the public ecosystems. We have done some licensing also. We license our Grammar Girl content to our partners, Macmillan Learning. For a period of time, we had been licensing a lot of our audio content onto various airlines, to their entertainment systems, which was a really cool way to take podcasting content and really get it out there in a very significant way. And I think too, we have branched out to take some of our audio and diversify it into e-learning opportunities. We have had really great success with LinkedIn Learning, putting some courses out there that for all intents and purposes can help bring people back to the podcast. They can experience some of the content on LinkedIn. And then if they want more or a deeper dive or to get additional resources, they can come and listen to our podcasts. So revenue diversification, I think we're going to continue to see more of. We're also seeing things like, instead of just, I don't mean to say just because it's really important, but a host-read live ad, we're doing injection now with programmatic. Quick and Dirty Tips has an archive of about 5,000 episodes, and like 80% of them would be considered evergreen or content that's really timeless. How to get a red wine stain out of a white marble table, when to use affect versus effect in your sentence, when is chest pain serious? Those are all sort of questions that consumers will ask and want the answers to via audio or via web content, forever, right? So we're injecting for the first time, starting last year, programmatic and dynamically inserted ads. So sort of backfilling inventory that perhaps wasn't sold. And that gives us the ability to sell against our entire archive, our entire catalog with ads, which is great and something we weren't previously able to do. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Things have really changed just in the, going on 10 years that I've been doing this. And I think publishers and podcasters and the companies and agencies that sell inventory and podcast experiences are just getting a lot more skilled at finding creative ways to leverage the medium for revenue opportunities. And then you asked about IP. You want me to dig in on that? So IP, I think some companies are going into podcasting specifically with the goal of exploiting their IP into film and TV, and that's great. I think it has to be a great podcast first. I think no matter what the outcome at the end of the day, in order to get that traction or to get that deal, the content has to be formulated in a way that it really makes an incredible audio experience first. That's not our end game. We're really just about serving our authors, creating great content that goes out to consumers, and building platforms, in various verticals like grammar, nutrition, fitness. But people have had quite a bit of success in taking their content and leveraging deals with film and TV companies. We've seen a lot of success with that as well.
As the vice president of podcast for Macmillan Publishers, what's a day in the life like running the organization's largest nonfiction digital property and the 2 podcast networks with profitable weekly shows that have been collectively downloaded nearly 350 million times?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we've been podcasting since 2007. No 2 days are the same. Every day is really interesting and often very exciting. I have, I work with a fabulous team, and this currently all women, a team of 4. And, we might spend the day, like right after this meeting, we're getting together to creatively brainstorm 2021 predictions for the podcasting industry, if you will. Everyone on the team spends a tremendous amount of time learning about the industry and watching what's happening in terms of the consolidation that we're currently seeing. I know you have Bryan Barletta either coming up or already spoke for PodFest today, and he talks about privacy. So we monitor closely the reporting that he does, and we're going to take all of those predictions that people like Bryan and Nick Qua and others in the space have made for 2021, and really just take an in-depth look at those trends and those predictions for the year, and see how we can make those affect our business, or where we think we should be perhaps pivoting and making some changes in the way we run our business, or the way we're facing show development, for example, because we have some new shows in the queue, to take advantage of those opportunities and see what's really, where we think the market is going. So we're very collaborative, and we spend a lot of time looking at our analytics. We look at our consumption rates. We look at our downloads, obviously, and our listens. We look across the different platforms. You're in Singapore. We absolutely take a look at our global platform and see where we're reaching consumers and listeners, and where we might expand and extend our reach. And then we spend a lot of time working with our hosts. What else do we do? Every day is different. And we're always, I can just say that we are always in great communication and always working on finding ways to delight listeners.
And you're very big on team effort. Of course, you mentioned about gathering your team to make predictions. So every successful organization is always about a team. So you're the only Big 5 publisher with a dedicated podcasting team. So was the idea to form this team you're doing someone else's idea, suggestion, or was it a client request?
So I absolutely cannot take credit for that. I'm glad you asked. It was actually started in 2007 when an editor at Macmillan by the name of John Sterling literally picked up the phone, as I always say, because people still answered the phone back then, right? They weren't screening their calls, and called Mignon Fogarty, who is Grammar Girl. He had seen something about this audio form show she was doing where she was dispensing grammar-focused tips to her freelance editing clients. And he thought she was onto something. So he kind of picked up the phone with the intent of talking to her about a book. And very quickly, the two of them realized it could be so much more. And Mignon Fogarty, who again is Grammar Girl, in the meantime had already started the makings, before it was even a thing, of a podcast network. She had brought on a parenting expert. She had brought on a productivity expert, and really started to, develop shows and a network without even realizing it. So when John and Mignon started the conversation, it really quickly led to a joint venture within just a few months between Macmillan and Mignon Fogarty, which became, of course, Quick and Dirty Tips, which is the network that has now since had 350 million downloads and continues today to be a profitable, at any given time, dozen or so weekly shows that run. They're all short format, quick, actionable information. We're really true to our mission. But yeah, the origins started way back then, and we've been going ever since, and expanded and extended our reach. And many of our hosts, in fact, there was a point in time when 80% of our hosts had book deals with the Macmillan family. St. Martin's Press, Henry Holt, some of the other imprints that we have. So it's a wonderful collaborative effort, and it takes a lot of people to pull it all off.
This is amazing. And your career has been built on developing, launching, marketing, and growing digital news and information services in all formats. So how did you navigate the start of your career?
So my first job was as an associate producer in television news in Providence, Rhode Island at WJAR, for those of you perhaps in the New England area. My career's just always been about building stories, telling stories, working with media. I actually think even before then, though, if there's any students who are listening today, I think I was editor of my college newspaper. And that was just incredible training ground in terms of learning discipline, in terms of learning how to organize and structure stories, in terms of overseeing a business, really, because we were just kids, right? Running a newspaper, we did ad sales, we ran the business, we made sure that people got paid. It was like running a business at a very early age. So I think I just have always had experiences that have led me where I am today to just moving into a different format, right? Podcasting. So.
And you were a member of the original product team that launched the Wall Street Journal online. And you also built products for other publishers, including Dow Jones, Newswires, MarketWatch, American Banker, Source Media, American Loyal Media, and more. So what are your superhero stories, and what ignited your passion in this realm?
That makes me sound really, really old when you name all those companies. Superpowers, superheroes. I have to say, when I look back on my career, the thing that will always stay with me is that I just was in the right place at the right time. Paying attention to what was emerging in terms of trends, in terms of media consumption, the way people were accessing information. I literally was sitting next to the developer, his name's Terry Merriman, who pushed the button to put WSJ.com, the Wall Street Journal Online, onto the internet. That was in 1996. And I remember, having the wherewithal at that moment in my life, in my career, to say, you're going to need to remember this. This is a moment. It was history making for the internet. WSJ.com was one of the very first major daily newspapers to have both a very strong internet presence and also to charge to put a paywall up. But it was an incredible experience with, again, a very collaborative, wonderful team of people, many of whom are still close friends today after all these years. Tom Baker and Neil Buddy among them, the two pioneers who were the co-publishers of WSJ.com when it first launched. So that experience, I knew, nobody understood what I did for a living, right? I could tell my mother, I could tell my siblings, I could tell my friends. Internet wasn't really quite mainstream, right? So nobody really understood what I did for a living. And then when I fast forward to 2012, this was before Serial, right? This was before podcasting, which is now, 55% of Americans, I'm sorry, I don't know the number globally, but 55% of Americans now listen to or know about podcasts. But back then, I don't know what that number was, but it was clearly less than 10%. I found myself, as an early adopter, as a professional running a business where we were changing the way people were consuming and getting information and getting content. So I feel really blessed to have sort of been at the forefront of two very explosive, very different forms of media that, have been life-altering for so many people.
This is amazing. And I think you're the best person to answer the next question. How do publishers make their podcast shows better?
Well, listen, if there's one theme from the, time we've spent together so far, it's collaboration, right? I think there was a time, and I think it's changing, where people felt they could just sit behind a microphone and talk or interview, and it would make a great podcast. But now, with close to 2 million podcasts on the platform, many of them dormant because people got into the space and really recognized just how hard it is to do it well. It actually takes a lot of work and commitment and discipline. I think it requires vision. It requires strategy. That's a really important piece of this. Whenever we embark on a new show development, we always sit down and we do a creative brief and we figure out who's going to be on the team, who's going to put the pieces together, who's going to be the producer, what's the format going to look like? what is the art going to look like? Because that's a really important aspect of it too. There's probably 20 elements that go into the very basic planning of a podcast and ensures that everyone is following the same mission. Everyone wants to meet the same goals. Everyone has to think about what kind of an experience are we building for that listener, right? What problem are we solving? You hear that a lot in the industry. That's one of the things creators really need to think about. If you're going to build a new podcast, you want to know what problem it's going to solve for the audience. You want to know exactly how you're going to approach it. And again, just make sure everybody is synergistic in their view as to how to approach that show. It takes a lot of work.
A ton of work. And of course, we are always very intrigued as well about what your company or organization is looking at, launching this year and year beyond. So are you looking at launching podcast shows for Asian listeners across different Asian countries? And
so we've actually done some work in Asia before. We have, I've licensed some content to some apps that were focused on the Asian market for English as a second language, because we have so much content that really is well suited to that. But yeah, we've had some conversations. We haven't done anything specific yet, but absolutely open to those conversations. In fact, that's definitely one of the things that's on the agenda for my next meeting as we ponder where we want to take ourselves for 2021 and the strategies we want to employ. We're reading so much more about globalization of podcasts, Asia in particular, where I know there's a lot of very, very significant podcast apps. Some of them are premium in nature, but yeah, eager to learn more and eager to have conversations with the parties who are interested in our content, for sure.
That's brilliant to hear. And of course, we can't actually let you go without asking you about your personal predictions for 2021, even though you're going to collect your predictions with your team, right? But how about your personal thoughts first and sharing it and maybe previewing it for our audience in Asia?
Sure. I think we're going to continue to see some consolidation. We saw so much last year at the end of the very tail end of the year, like literally December 30th, I think, we saw the Wondery Amazon Music deal. We saw several over the last 2 years. We've really seen a tremendous amount of consolidation. How Stuff Works and iHeart, Stitcher, Sirius, and Pandora, 3 platforms that came together into a powerhouse, an absolute powerhouse of podcasting. So I think we're going to continue to see some of that. I think we're going to see more globalization, as we talked about. I think, to Bryan Barletta's point, I do believe that the issues related to advertising, targeting, and privacy are going to continue to emerge in a forceful way. This happened with the web too, right? We saw digital advertising sort of undergo that fundamental shift. GDPR, CCPA, privacy regulations here in the States push that to some degree. But I think privacy is going to continue to be an issue. And I think as an industry, we need to figure out better and easier ways for listeners to opt out if they don't want to have their experience targeted by advertisers. I think that's very big. And I think we're going to continue to see innovations on the tech side. We're going to start to see levels of interactivity within podcast episodes that we haven't seen before, ways that listeners can continue to extend their relationship with us as podcasters, to not just buy products, but to reach out and get bonus content, or in our case, give out Grammar Girl's editing checklist, which is a document as opposed to an audio file. So finding ways to bring our audience closer to our hosts and give them great experiences. I hope we're going to see more of that emerging on the tech side too, to enable us to do so.
Fantastic. It's been a really great conversation with you and hearing your insights as well. So any last message for our audiences in Asia before we say goodbye to you?
Yeah, I'm assuming there's a lot of creators on the line today. So nice to meet you all. Nice to see you all. Just I would say, have a show Bible. Create experiences that are really going to meet the needs of your listeners, and try to define. I think another mistake podcasters make when they're starting out is they have their vision, but they don't always, and I think I've heard some of your other guests say this over the last 2 days, but they don't always think about who their audience is. Who is that listener that I'm reaching out to? Who am I trying to reach, and what experience do I want to try to give them? So I would say that just proper planning, discipline, don't miss your release date. I think that's also a really important point. Listeners come to count on you. And then the other really nice thing about the podcasting industry as a whole is the spirit of co-opetition, where we're not really fiercely competing with each other yet. There's still definitely this, Rob Greenlee talked about it yesterday, there's a spirit of community in our industry. So you should not hesitate to reach out to other podcasters who are like-minded, who have shows that you think are a good fit for your audience, and talk to them. Everybody has open inventory at some point. Why not swap some ads? Why not swap some cross promos? Find interesting ways to partner with other podcasters to extend both your reach and theirs in creative ways. So I think that's a great tip for podcasters.
Beautiful sharing. You have provided us so much value, and I've learned tons by just talking to you for the past 30 minutes. So I really hope to one day invite you to come down to Singapore and actually attend our in-person event and meet our community, because I think what you're going to provide us is more than just, this particular platform of 30 minutes. You're going to help us so much in many ways and grow this industry in this part of the world. So I think with your support as well and you gracing this particular event is a good start. So we look forward to see you, involved in more of our activities in this part of the world.
Sure. And I would encourage, your listeners to get involved too with the Podcast Academy. I mean, it's a great way to, I just spent some time mentoring a producer in the UK. There's great opportunities for podcasters to learn, to be part of different events that we're having, and also to be part of a mentoring program if they need some guidance. It's a great way to get involved. So
I'm going to actually chop and slice that particular snippet when Rob Greenlee was doing his pitch for Asian, podcasters to sign up as a member of the Podcast Academy. I'm going to share it, on all my social pages, of course, to all our community members as well, and make sure they listen in and why they should actually join the Podcast Academy. And it's so important for us to grow and actually evolve. Yeah.
Yeah, and one more tip too on Clubhouse. I don't actually know. I know it's only available on iOS devices, and I'm not sure it's available outside the US. So I apologize if that's the case. I should know. But there's also a lot of podcasting activities going on there. Juleka Lantigo Williams, who's an incredibly talented powerhouse in the industry, is a couple times a week is doing something called Podcasting Seriously. And those are live events where people can participate, hear from some of the greatest creators in the industry, get tips, and just, interact and network with other podcasters.
Are you on it?
I haven't been on it yet, but she's a great friend and colleague. We've worked together. So yeah, I'll have to jump on there one of these days for sure. I'm on Clubhouse, yes, but not in her event. So
sure. I think I'm going to check that out for sure, since you recommended it. And of course, your advice is gold to us. And thank you once again. I really appreciate you for agreeing to do this together with me. So I look forward to see you, hopefully in the flesh, very soon. Yeah.
Yes, Wayne, I hope so. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. You have a nice day and take care of yourself. Take care of each other.
Get some rest. See you
I
later.
will. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. And that's Kathy Doyle. What an interesting conversation, and learned tons again from her sharing. And of course, these are episodes that we will definitely be releasing on our podcast show, the PodFest Asia podcast. And we'll make sure that we're going to chop and slice some of her golden nuggets. I think she shared so many great advice and tips for every one of us in the PodFest Asia community. And these are meant to be replayed over and over again and reshared over and over again. I think this is how we can actually learn from the experts and also those who have actually done this successfully in whatever roles that they are in right now in different organizations around the world, and actually helping to elevate the industry. And of course, this collaborative spirit is what I see a lot, not just during this festival, but in Clubhouse as well. Who better than to have Steve Olsher come on to the stage and maybe share with us his Clubhouse experience, because he's someone that I really look up to, because he has successfully built a huge community in Clubhouse within a span of just 1 month or so. So I'm just dying to find out, to hear from you, from him. And let's see whether he's on the stage, and we can welcome and introduce him formally when he's ready. So let's wait for him to show up. Hi, Steve, can you see me?
I can see you just fine. I don't know why my camera isn't working, but I can try to adjust it, brother.
Sure, no problem. Take your time. We have time. So hopefully it works for you later on. So while we wait, I'm going to just maybe do an introduction for Steve, who is someone that I really admire, as I mentioned earlier. He's the person who is the chief editor of Podcast Magazine, a magazine that I actually read from front to back, cover to cover. When it was first released or published, I think less than 2 years ago. I might be wrong, so maybe he can clarify that for us later on. But I remember I was making a lot of trips around the world, attending conferences, and these magazine that I always held in my hand, or should I say on my iPad, loaded on my iPad, and I read front to cover. It's basically this magazine because it actually opened my eyes to the world of podcasting out there, and it features some really great podcasters that we can learn from. So, Steve, are you with us?
Yeah, man. Hopefully you can hear me and see me okay.
Let's check that out. Still can't see you. Maybe you might want to exit. Oh, yes, you're now on my screen. Voila.
Yay, we win.
Yay, love your t-shirt, by the way. Where can we get that t-shirt, by the way?
Podcast magazine swag.
Merch.
Merch.
Love merchandise like that. That's so cool. Yeah. It's like sending a signal through fashion that you're a podcaster. So everybody go grab one from your e-store.
Thanks for having me, Wayne.
Thank you for coming on. And I know that you've been seeing a lot of action on the Clubhouse. Is that the place where you see most of your action in 2021? And do you plan to see more action on Clubhouse for the rest of the year?
Oh man, great question. Look, I'm a huge fan, needless to say, of what's going on Clubhouse. I was familiar with it towards the middle of 2020, and then right around the late fall, I started hearing more about it, and then, of course, by the winter, started hearing even more. So it's like, okay, fine, let me jump in the game here and see what's what. When we jumped on and opened our account, it was December 24th. And so it was right before Christmas. And I got to tell you, man, it's been a crazy month ever since. And the short answer to your question is yes, I see this as being a huge part of 2021 and beyond. Not to say that it replaces other aspects of audio and the other things that we're doing, but I think that it works very much in complement to our goals and our objectives for sure.
How do podcasters actually bridge that, the connect between doing a podcast show or building a community in Clubhouse versus doing it on their usual channels where they distribute their podcast, they record a podcast, they host it on hosting platforms, and then allow listeners to engage with it?
Yeah. I would say that the synergies between the two are evident anyway to me insofar as I believe that one really can feed and complement the other from the standpoint of, we know podcasts are evergreen in nature, right? I mean, you go on when you want to go on, you listen on your preferred device and you choose to download whatever episode you choose to download and it's there for you to listen to at your leisure versus Clubhouse, which is, well, it's live, it's taking place in that exact moment, and sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's not necessarily a great thing from the standpoint of you can be in a room listening to conversations that frankly are irrelevant to you for 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes or longer. And so the fact is there's a huge opportunity there to develop real relationships, a huge opportunity there to interact with your listeners. I think the best use of the platform, and one of the reasons why we're really building up Club Pod, which is the club that we started about a week or so after we joined Clubhouse, and it's quickly become the largest podcast-specific club on Clubhouse, which is super cool, and we love seeing that. So thank you for the support if you guys are a part of that. But part of what we really think in terms of the future of Clubhouse and the clubs and Club Pod specifically is going to offer us is the ability to create live, let's just call them live episodes where you can connect with fans and listeners and bring them up and ask questions and have them be a part of the process and then drive them to the evergreen version of the podcast. And from the evergreen version of the podcast, drive them to live, and perhaps even you can stop, let's just say you can stop recording, or you can only have a piece of what you do on one versus the other so that they have to go to the other channel to get the rest of the story, right? So I think it can work both ways really beautifully. And I know for right now with us in Club Pod, we just have around 20,000 members and followers. I can open a room right now And pretty consistently, I can get 100 to 200 people just to show up without any planning, without anything at all. So as those numbers continue to grow, I don't think it's going to be unrealistic for us to have tens of thousands of people in a room at really a moment's notice. So I do see the two as being very complementary.
And this is actually quite similar to how you created a club in college, right? Because when I was researching for this program, I was listening to an earlier podcast you did with Hala Tala, by the way, and she was on my program earlier on, and she mentioned about you as well. So you created a club in college. So now you're creating Club Pod successfully in Clubhouse. You see the link between the two?
Very, it's interesting, right? Very much so, from the standpoint of human beings. We want to connect with other human beings. We are not meant to be, we are not a species that is meant to just be alone. And look, people who end up trying to go at this life alone end up isolated, depressed. I mean, there's nothing good about, as human beings, we crave connection. That's the bottom line. And so when you look at the world of music and nightclubs and so on and so forth, the reason why people gather is because they want to be a part of something that they can all enjoy and all subscribe to together. And it's just great to see other people who enjoy what you enjoy, and there's something very fulfilling for the soul. For it fuels us as human beings. So ClubPod is very similar, and Clubhouse is very similar in that regard, because especially now with sort of this convergence of these trends and the perfect storm of having isolation, being in isolation and just getting stuck here on lockdown and just missing out on the opportunity to connect with people in real life. It's just created this amazing community of folks who now have the opportunity to communicate in ways that other social media channels simply don't offer. And so I do think there are absolutely similarities between a physical club like what I opened, way back in the day, and getting people to congregate and just like-minded people enjoying the same things, and what you're seeing in Clubhouse with these people getting together and sharing ideas and getting feedback and developing real relationships. So there's definitely crossover between the two for sure.
I think this sense of belonging, this sense of tribe, human beings as social animals, right, is reflected across so many verticals. And you're wearing a podcast t-shirt. That's your fashion signal. My fashion signal is my Tool t-shirt, right? Where I feel like I'm part of the Tool army, the fans who follow Tool, for example. So we all yearn for that sense of belonging so that we don't feel lonely in this journey. So it's the same for podcasters as well. And you're building a great community just like you did when you opened a club in the college. So we're going to move on and maybe talk about how, you actually overcame failure. I'm always fascinated by, entrepreneurs who are successful, and they always, talk about their failure as much as their successes. So maybe the question to ask you would be, how many times have you failed?
I mean, look, the honest answer is so many times I can't even count. I mean, I'll fail today. I mean, in terms of I'll say something, I'm sure at some point today that wasn't exactly what I should have said in that exact moment, or I'll do something that someone else may look at or hear or read and feel like, yeah, that guy's an idiot. So what I believe to be true, and what I subscribe to the notion of, is that there really is no such thing as failure. Failure can be viewed, if we want to reframe it here, as success with an unintended ending, right? Because at the end of the day, what we are really doing as human beings and as business people is we're really in the game, more than anything else, Wayne, of gathering data. Data is the game. And so just because we try something and it doesn't meet with other people's expectations or even our own expectations and agendas for what it is that we want to accomplish, it doesn't mean that we've quote unquote failed. It simply means that, and let's be honest, I mean, failure in and of itself is just one of those terms of ignorance that weak-minded people like to throw out at those who dare to soar and attempt to bring them down because they think it makes them feel better somehow, right? So what I believe in and what we all really need to embrace is that there's room for improvement. And so if something comes back at you in terms of you put something out and you do something and the data back that you receive doesn't check all the boxes and you didn't get to exactly where you want to go with that initiative and with those efforts, hopefully you process that as receiving data, nothing more, nothing less. And it gives you the opportunity to improve upon your processes moving forward so that the next time you have an opportunity to take advantage of something or put something into motion that you really believe in your heart of hearts is something that you need to be doing, you can learn from those past experiences, and the results that you would have this next go would be exponentially better than even if what you had done the first time had checked all the boxes and done everything that you had hoped that it would. And that's where 1 + 1 = 3, as opposed to just looking at it like, okay, this didn't work out well, so that was a failure. And here I am today trying to do something else, something different, something more, something better.
Beautiful sharing, and it's very inspirational hearing this from you. And of course, before we ask you about the story behind Podcast Magazine, which is my favorite publication, what drew you to the podcast and the radio world?
You know, for me, man, I have always, much to my wife's chagrin, I think, and to others, I've always just really loved to talk, and I love the microphone, and radio has always been the holy grail. You know, in a lot of ways, if I could have had a radio show, a talk radio show, or something of that nature with call-ins and whatnot, I really would have enjoyed that, because I really do enjoy hearing other people's perspectives, and I do enjoy shining a spotlight on other people, because I firmly believe that everyone has something to teach, no matter how much experience you have, no matter what your pedigree is, no matter, it doesn't matter, right? Everyone has something to teach. And so for me, I try to learn much more than I try to teach. And so the idea of having a radio show where I could have brought on people and we could add conversations and take callers, like all that fun stuff, that was very, very appealing. So I didn't pursue it all that hard. So, you know, I might say that's really what I want to do, but I guess if I really wanted to do it, I would have pursued it harder and done whatever I needed to do. So maybe that's a little bit of a lie that I tell myself there, but I do know that I love the whole notion of just having conversations with people, because I love learning about people, and the reality is that all of us as individuals, we grow the more that we learn, right? And so when I came across podcasting back in, oh boy, I guess that was 2009 when I first became familiar with podcasts, I thought to myself, you know what, this is a really interesting opportunity. Oh, I know what happened. I had bought brokered time on a radio station. So I did actually try to start my own radio show, and I bought brokered time on a radio station. And it was expensive, you know, and the listenership was decent, but it was still a small station. And I realized, you know, if somebody is not driving in their car or sitting at home with their radio on and listening to this small channel at this particular moment in time in this particular city of Chicago, no one's going to hear this. And when I came across podcasts, I started thinking like, well, that's pretty cool. Anyone, well, almost anyone, almost anywhere can listen to a podcast, you know, basically at any time. So it's kind of like having your own radio station, but it's available globally. And so I was like, that's a really cool idea. So I started sampling around with that, playing around with that. And we released our first episode of Reinvention Radio in 2009, and then a little bit on, a little bit off, little on, little off. And then around 2015, I started doing it more consistently. And I do think, actually, now that you're mentioning this, Wayne, I think one of the reasons why I love Clubhouse so much is because it is literally like a global radio station with lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of channels, which are the rooms. And I can bring people up and I can spotlight them, and they can ask questions, and I can help them, or they can share their brilliance and that sort of thing. So it's really kind of come full circle. And I do think that's one of the reasons why I'm naturally attracted to to that app and what they're doing there, and why I think there's so much opportunity. But yeah, it's a really long answer to your question.
It's a great answer, by the way. And of course, we want to know about the story behind Podcast Magazine,
Yeah.
which I mentioned is my favorite publication. And how do you actually choose cover stories? Because I know that the last one, or was it the January edition, it was halal on the cover, and it's a great cover story. So how do you actually select, pick your cover stories?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the honest truth is we've been fortunate enough to sit down with some amazing people over our first year. A lot of people who didn't make the cover, but a lot of people like Adam Carolla and Dave Ramsey and Katie Couric and Jocko Willink and many others who did. And we get together as a team and we look at the stories that were covered, and we make that decision around this. This is the person that's going to make the most sense for the cover. And so I'd like to say that, we have the ability to put all of the amazing people that are featured in the magazine on a monthly basis on the cover. But the reality is, I think we do about 20 odd features a month. And so sometimes more. And those are the, we can only put so many on. So I'll just say it's really by committee.
I think this is a great time to also segue to the next question, which is about your secret to profiting in life. We know that you're also a New York Times bestseller. You have a few books that are incredible. And I think many podcasters in Asia, they should actually check it out because you probably bring them different perspective as well in terms of how, they actually have a strategy about what they do in life, not just about podcasting, but in life in general. So tell us, what is your secret to profiting in life?
Well, so it's interesting, right? So I guess we could all try to define what that means, because all of us are going to have a different definition of what it means to profit in life, right? And let me just put it to you a different way. There are a lot of people who talk about being successful and what does it mean to be successful, which I guess if you were successful, then you would ostensibly profit, right, in life, because, well, all those dominoes are going to fall in your favor and you're going to get to where you want to get to. So let me just share my definition of success, which I very much resonate with here. And it's not my personal definition. It's a quote that I read. I don't even know how long ago I read this quote, but and it's escaping me at the moment who actually said this, but I just want to make sure that people know this is not my quote, but it resonated with me really, really deeply, which is success means having the courage, the determination, and the will to become the person you were meant to be. And so I love that because at the end of the day, we are all naturally wired to excel in very specific ways. And so one of the books perhaps this is the book that you're referencing here, that I wrote and put on the New York Times list in 2013, is called What is Your What? Discover the One Amazing Thing You Were Born to Do. We actually give the whole book away at whatisyourwhat.com, so feel free to grab that if you want it. But it's really based on the framework that I created after teaching for so many years a program called the Reinvention Workshop, where I was helping people to gain clarity on what it is that really puts fire on their soul, and then how do they turn that passion or that purpose into an actual business so that they can share and market and monetize it. And so after teaching that for a number of years, I finally landed on what I now call the What is Your What framework, which gives people the opportunity to really understand how you can hit the ground running and do something today that will not only represent what you love doing, but also really what you're great at doing. And then what will pay you exceptionally well for the gifts that come as naturally to you as breathing. So the What is Your What framework is really based on the teachings of the Reinvention Workshop, where we help people identify their core gift, which is just, it's in their DNA, right? What we believe and what we teach now, the others who teach this as well under me, is that your what has chosen you, and it's not that which you have chosen. So it really is a part of your DNA. It's a part of who you inherently are. So you have your core gift, and then you have the primary vehicle that you will use to share that gift. And then ultimately you have the people that you're most compelled to serve. So it's the gift, the vehicle, and the people that make up the What is Your What framework. And, in terms of what it means to profit in life or be successful in life, I do think that the more aligned we can be and the more clear we can be around who we are most compelled to serve and the gifts that we have been giving, and then given them the vehicle that we use to share those gifts, not only, of course, are you able to get paid extraordinarily well for those talents, but it also feels the most fulfilling for you. And I believe that's probably the best way of looking at profiting of all.
Fulfillment, yeah. And of course, we have to put the spotlight on your Reinvention Radio podcast as well. Is that a show that is an extension of the topics that you cover in your book, What is Your What?
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. So there are times where I'll talk about elements of the of the book and of the Reinvention workshop and so on, and I'll weave that in sometimes. But really, the show is about highlighting amazing people who have reinvented their life in some sort of way. So maybe they were a lawyer and now they're teaching people how to surf in Hawaii, or I don't know, something like that, right? Whatever it might be, but they've really listened to the calling of who they inherently are, and now they're changing the world in their own way as a result. So it's really all about dismantling the status quo and trying to tackle mediocrity as much as we can across life and business and health and fitness, et cetera, and giving people the opportunity to reinvent their lives by listening to the people that we bring on.
This is brilliant. And so far, your sharing has been amazing. We're going to maybe back it up a little bit and start with how you navigated your early career, your early entrepreneurial career. Yeah. So I think probably one of the key moments or micro moments in your earlier career is probably starting a club in college. And
Sure.
Is there any pivotal moment or any particular micro moment that actually inspired you or actually made you fully aware that you're going to be an entrepreneur instead of an operator?
Yeah, man, I really love that question, and I love the conversation around, are entrepreneurs born or can they be made? And it's interesting because I don't think that you can just throw someone into the mix of being an entrepreneur unless they're ready to take on all of the pieces of the puzzle and the responsibilities that come with that. And some people just want to show up and do what they need to do, and go home, right? And so you can be an entrepreneur and you can start something, you can bring someone in to really be the operator, and that's fine too. But there's a lot of people who just frankly aren't wired to be an entrepreneur, and frankly don't need to be an entrepreneur. I mean, there's plenty of people who work for Google or Facebook or some of the tech companies who have probably already made more money through their stock and everything else over the course of their career than I'll make throughout my lifetime, right? So just because you're an entrepreneur doesn't mean that it's going to add to millions and millions and billions of dollars. It doesn't always work that way. But nevertheless, I'm just not wired and have never really been wired to work for someone else. I just have too many ideas. I have too many, creative thoughts going on. And I just always see things a bit differently. And I think I've always seen things a bit differently throughout my entire life. So for me, there wasn't like a pivotal moment so much as I just know that I've always been wired to try to figure out how to rub a couple of dimes together and make a quarter. Right. And so from an early age, if it was taking a shovel and going house to house and shoveling sidewalks and driveways, or if it was, grabbing a rake and going door to door and asking if I could rake leaves, or buying a lawnmower and, asking if I could mow lawns, etc. I've just been that way from a very early age. And I think it's just simply a matter of, number one, it's how I'm naturally wired. It certainly reflects how I'm naturally wired to excel. But also, number two, I would think that some of this has to do with the fact that my parents split when I was young, and my brother was not very nice and abusive and in and out of mental hospitals and these sort of things. And I just knew that I had to do whatever I had to do as early as I could to make sure that I had money, I had the means with which to control what took place in my life to some extent. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like I made so much money that I could move out and buy a house when I was, 12 or 13 or something, but I just always felt like I needed some money in my pocket for whatever reason. And that's really moved me down this path of being an entrepreneur.
This is amazing. And of course, for every guest that come on to the festival, we always ask them about this question about podcasting predictions. So on podcasting predictions, everyone had one last year, right? For 2020, that turned out to be instantly wrong decision because 2020 happened, right? So do you have any podcasting predictions for 2021?
Well, I mean, look, my main prediction as far as podcasts are concerned is that podcasts need to be very aware of and wary of and potentially even concerned about what's going on in Clubhouse because it is very real. And I come from the mindset of abundance, right? I do believe that it will expand the pie. I do believe that in the same way that VCRs and Netflix and all of these movie type of channels simply expanded the consumption of that content, I believe that we're seeing the same sort of trend in terms of Clubhouse expanding the consumption of audio. But I think that podcasters would be remiss if they didn't take what's going on there seriously. Because if people are listening to Clubhouse, what aren't they doing? They aren't listening to podcasts. So it's a balancing act. And I do believe that as they scale, which they are scaling, they just raised $100 million at a $1 billion valuation, they're going to deploy that capital. And when they deploy that capital, it's going to go from 2 million users to 20 million users and perhaps 200 million users very, very quickly. And so as a podcaster, I believe that you want to make sure that you're doing everything that you can do, and the podcast industry needs to make sure that it's doing everything it can do to make sure that there is a presence there, because unlike Facebook, unlike Instagram, unlike Snapchat or any of the other social channels, this is a social channel that competes directly in the landscape of audio. And so it will have and is already having meaningful impact on the podcast industry. And so start a club as quickly as possible. It is called Clubhouse for a reason. So I believe wholeheartedly that they are going to reward creators who help make the platform what it is. So maybe you can do a live episode of your podcast on Clubhouse and then take that and feed it over to the Evergreen channel through RSS, et cetera. I mean, you know the game on that. But yeah, the industry has to be very aware of what's going on. And this is just as frankly as I can say it, this is just not something you can put your head in the sand and just ignore. You'd be making a tragic mistake if you just put your head in the sand and try to ignore what's going on there.
And no one has actually built a larger community that is specifically about podcasting other than you. And of course, ClubPod is the most followed club in, I think, in Clubhouse. And I'm also one of the
podcasting. Yes, we're podcasting. Yes,
for podcasting. Yeah. So it's like business is always like a sport, right? Speed is the essence. So whoever is not fast in actually, for lack of a better term, land grabbing at, and seeing action in Clubhouse, they're actually missing out really a huge opportunity. And if they're slow at doing it, then they will also be phased out pretty soon. Yeah.
Well, I love that analogy there, Wayne, because that's exactly right. It is to some extent a land grab, and it's a great analogy. And what I've told my wife and just others is, 6 months here on this platform early is going to give you a substantial first mover advantage. And so I do believe I am 1 month in right now to our Clubhouse journey. And I didn't come with, a massive following from other places. It's not like I'm Gary Vaynerchuk, who I can just go on this podcast and I got 30 million downloads a month and I can just say, hey, go here, right? I don't even have, I'm not going to say I have Gary-like numbers, but at least I'm in the conversation. And so what I would really encourage people to think about is that this is a level playing field here, and the opportunity is here for those who devote time and attention to the platform. So I personally believe that if you missed out on the Instagram boat, the Snapchat boat, whatever, all the other social media boats, that 6 months invested on this platform now will pay dividends for years and years and years to come. What are you going to do when I open a room on Club Pod at a moment's notice, and I've got Amazon as a sponsor because we get 30,000 people in that room? What do you think they're going to pay, Club Pod to be a sponsor of that room? And it should be pretty meaningful. So if you've got 30,000 followers and you open a room and you get, 200-300 people on every time you open a room, I believe that there are some real monetization opportunities there as well.
Thank you so much for, putting the spotlight and shedding light on this Clubhouse app, which is so interesting to podcasters. And many have already said it's part of podcasting's future. And also thank you so much for sharing a story about Podcast Magazine, my favorite publication. And of course, for building amazing communities like Club Pod. So thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate you for agreeing to do this with me together. Thank you, buddy. And I look forward to one day I can actually fly you over to Singapore to meet our community in Asia, in Singapore.
Let's go.
Good, yeah. And I can't actually, be there in US, maybe in the next couple of years, but maybe there's a higher chance for you to come to Singapore. And,
let's go.
With how the COVID situation is being, actually with the numbers going down in Singapore as well. Hopefully you can be here soon, yeah.
Would love it. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Steve. And I look forward to seeing you in the flesh in the future.
Sounds good.
Good night. Bye-bye. Cheers. And that's Steve Olsher, founder and editor-in-chief of Podcast Magazine. It's a magazine that is actually free to download. You guys should just go and check it out because I think that this month's cover story is actually Hala, who is the Palestinian princess and also the amazing podcaster who was also in the festival earlier on during this evening's evening session on PodFest Asia. So let's bring on our next guest. And I think they are my band of brothers from my new band and also my partner for our new project and new podcast show called the Nirvana Show podcast. So without further ado, let's bring them onto the stage. Wow.
Hey, hi, Wayne.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Good to see you. Thanks for the session.
Yeah, it's great to see you, my friends.
Yeah.
So I better change the headline is no longer Steve Olsher. It's basically the Nirvana Show co-host. And how are you guys keeping? How's tonight been for you so far?
It is great. It's great. It's 3:30 a.m. right now in Singapore. Feeling fresh, excited for the segment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fresh and excited. That's the two keywords, that's really important. Jaded and bored, then maybe you shouldn't be here in the first place. You bring the right energy to this festival. And Andre, where are you exactly? Are you in the jamming studio where we actually practiced last week?
Yeah. I'm still in the studio right now for the session.
How about you, Christian? Where exactly are you?
I'm in his office, but on the ground floor. I really want to sit together. We might distract each other.
Yeah. Is it for soundproofing or to enhance the audio quality? Is that for a purpose? That's why you guys are in separate rooms?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because condensers,
Yeah. And you guys and I think we have a pretty good mics and audio equipment as well. So I think it augurs really well for our future, sound quality of our show and the content value and the production value of our show as well. Yeah, that we are all equipment already. So let's dive into why we are doing this. I think yours started because Paul had this amazing idea. I think you are a genius, Paul, that you actually wanted us to get together, not just to play music, but to have elements where we can actually live stream this thing, right? Not just play music or cover songs that we love or grew up listening to for the sake of covering them, but you have a different agenda. Tell us more about that, Paul.
Okay, I think Andre, maybe you want to talk about it, and then I'll just chime in.
Right, sure. I think the whole idea we're here this evening is after last jamming last week, remember? So we're chatting about all the bands, and eventually we'll talk about the Nirvana. And and it leads to today. So basically, this year, I mean, what we have checked is 2021 is a very significant year for the tribute. We felt that we want to commemorate 27th death anniversary of Kurt Cobain, and he passed on at the age of 27 back then. So we felt there's a huge community around the world. There are fans who listens to Nirvana, and young and old. There's still a huge community right now listen to Nirvana. So we felt we want to bring this to the next level. So we're thinking of hoping to congratulate the people to be part of this festival. So basically, looking around worldwide, just even talk about Asia itself, you can see lots of talented musicians from Japan, Taiwan, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand. There are lots of fans. There's lots of Nirvana fans. So we felt it'd be great if we can have a show with them to showcase like-minded people like us on that day in April, hopefully. Yeah.
Paul, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, so when we sat down in the coffee shop after having fun jamming, it brought us back to the old days, you see. And, we were thinking, this effect, may, I guess other fans would probably feel the same. So we started thinking of how we could do this. And maybe we thought of bringing, all these Asian bands and showcasing them just for the world to see. So our driving force was actually to bring together fans from all over and commemorate Kurt's legacy. It's a real passion project, I would say. And something that all the three of us, we hold very closely to our heart. And so then we started thinking about the resources we needed and all that. So we found out that we actually could go through with this. And Wayne was great because he gave us this idea, you see, on how we can reach our goal. And hence, that's why we're here, starting our first podcast. We're kind of nervous, but I hope that all of us agree. I mean, we'll just bear with us.
Fine, you're doing fine. You're doing perfectly fine. For a first timer, right? You did better than me when I first started podcasting. Freeze moment. I don't even have the words. I remember my first ever podcast show that I did on the first live stream. So just want to give you guys more encouragement because you guys actually inspired me to do this as well. Because I think without the fact that we actually met quite serendipitously, right? It was through another jamming session we had with another local musician. I think my friend Forrester, right? And playing Nirvana covers. And that actually transpired into another jamming session with Andre. And that was a moment when I think we covered the School from the Bleach album. And everything seemed to just click, even though I was playing really fast, right? I think I remember the comment that you made during the jamming session that, wow, you're going like a train. So I think that was actually the kind of moment, the serendipitous moment that we are all seeking, right? Where everything clicked. And then it became like, how do we make this or take this even further? And it transpired into a overnight chat conversation at your office jamming studio, of course. And of course, we adjourned later on to the 24-hour coffee shop where we had even a deeper conversation of how to really commemorate, Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain's passing, 27th anniversary. That's a huge thing. I think 27 sounds like the planets are aligned, right? How often do you have 27? And I think it was a great idea to actually, have an element of live streaming this and the ability to do so as well. So maybe let's go and backtrack a bit further down, back to when you guys first started playing music. What was your superhero stories when it comes to discovering Nirvana, when it comes to, igniting your passion for the music of Nirvana and, of course, Kurt Cobain? Starting with Andre.
All right. Well, my superhero will be my dad. He plays the guitar, he teaches guitar, and I think that inspires me to play music, and that's why we are here today. And nice to have met Paul. in our earlier age. I think I met Paul at the age of 14, right? We started jamming folk guitars, and we played during scouts, campfires, and all that. And eventually, we had a band, and that's our first band. That's where we actually started playing Nirvana, right?
How about you, Paul?
Yeah, I think my passion for music probably came from my dad. When I was young, he occasionally played in a band, and he would bring me out to see him play. And then I could see what the music meant to him, probably in his eyes. And when he was on stage, he was always looking for me to see whether I was enjoying myself. I think it was a great bond, and I could see that his passion for music was something that I wanted. You see, I wanted to do the same thing. So I started listening to the songs, and the songs really brought me and my dad together, as well as my brother. The three of us were very strong, and we loved music the same way. And that was the passion for the music itself, because it was a family bond.
So it's a family affair, right? For music, I think for you, it's more than just a singular, discovery of your favorite music, but a family collective thing. That's something that I can absolutely lean on as well. I think having your family, gathered around and listening to watching the same TV program or watching the same movie or listening to the same song on the same album, I think there's a sense of like belonging as well, right? You found your soul brother in Andre at a very young age. And of course, you guys were introduced to music through, your parents, and like how it did for me as well. It was Nirvana that basically took me out of that safe space, or should I even say, from listening to Chinese pop music when I was a teenager. I think when I was a pre-teenager, yeah, and actually graduating from Chinese. Language school where my first language was actually Chinese, and I was studying Chinese literature. I think when I discovered Nirvana, it just changed completely. It's like the trajectory, just changed, and suddenly I took more interest in rock and roll, and rock and roll brought me more into other influences like English movies, films, Hollywood, grunge, of course, the movement, and of course the other genres that just come out of that alternative rock scene, right? Which was so exciting. So I want to ask you guys, when did you start doing covers and Nirvana songs specifically? What other songs have you done by Nirvana or not by Nirvana? Paul?
Okay, yeah, all right. For me, it was in my very first band. First band was called Hansen's Disease. It was a name that we came up because it sounded grungy, you see. So, I mean, Nirvana songs were fun and easy, and as teenagers, we kind of related to the songs because they were full of energy and that raw, angry sound of guitars. So basically, the backstory is because we go down to the jamming studio in the neighborhood and play the hell out of the songs. And the covers we did were like from when we discovered the Bleach album. We loved every song because it had that punk rock element in it. See? So I would say when we first played our first show, our first gig that was offered to us by the owner of the studio, he told us, he said, why don't you all go and play in the show? And it was called The Night of the Unknown, if I'm not wrong. And then we got together and we came out with this whole set list, all Nirvana songs and some Mudhoney songs as well. But it was a blast. That was the first time we put our song list together in a live set. Yeah.
How about you, Andre?
Yeah, it all started in 1992 when we had our first band with Paul. Actually, he's the one who introduced us to Nirvana. And yeah, our first band was Hansen's Disease, like Paul mentioned. We have Paul as a frontman, vocals and guitars. We have Thomas on the guitars, Jasmine on drums. I myself is on bass. So yeah, we cover majority, I think probably 90% Nirvana from various albums, from Bleach, In Utero, Nevermind, even some from the Unplugged album. So we cover some of the Mudhoneys as well as Pearl Jam. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like you were already covering and starting to put Nirvana songs in your live set list from even as
Right.
early as 1992, right?
That's right.
Wow, that's really a long time ago. How many years ago? 30,
Yeah,
28
yeah.
years ago. 28 years ago.
Yeah. 28 years ago.
It's amazing. So, how do you guys actually think that musicians can make their Nirvana song covers sound better? Do you have any tips or advice for bands out there who are covering Nirvana songs? Of course, there are a bunch of new crop of genreless artists and musicians who are covering Nirvana songs in very weird ways. I shouldn't even say weird. I would say in a very experimental and free-form way. So, how about your take? How do you see that musicians can actually make their Nirvana song covers better? Paul, yeah.
Okay, all right. So I think, I mean, in my own opinion, I guess it's always got to do with heart and what the song really means to you. I remember the first time I played the song "School," and because I could relate to it, I just let it all out. It felt that energy through my body. It didn't really matter about who I'm playing at, who I'm looking at, but I could just feel that song going through me because it really meant something. No recess, and what am I doing here in school? That feeling itself. So I think it's got to do with a lot of heart, putting in a lot of heart to it, and relating to a particular song.
How about you, Andre?
Yeah, totally agree. I think music is about heart, how you interpret with the songs or the artist. So it's not something pretentious. So it's something that you got to play with your own heart, your feel, and your creation. So there's no right, no wrong, but importantly is be truthful to the music. That's what I felt. Yep.
100%. I think we all felt the anguish of Kurt Cobain, right? When it's
Totally.
that total refrain of no recess, it's like just bringing us back to primary school days when the teacher is punishing us for something that we did wrong or failing exam or a test, and then basically the punishment is no recess. So at a moment, if we have the words or the expressions, we'll probably be writing the full lyric of school and turning it into the song. But Kurt Cobain had the vision to write that scene into a Nirvana song and feature it in their first debut album, which is Bleach. I think what's amazing about the album is the album artwork as well. I remember I was more mesmerized by the artwork than the music, but of course later on the music actually meant more to me than the cover artwork because it was so authentic, right? The way that he just landed himself in the drum set, crumbled in a heap of just like clothes, like his body is like entangled in a weird way. And of course, all this hagiography as well, how the album art designer or the photographer was able to capture the exact moment, and basically that became a classic album cover. And of course, the album was also classic in many ways. I remember they stated in the credit notes that they spent only like maybe less than $1,000 to record a whole album, which is unheard of even during the early days of 1989.
Right.
$606.
600. Yeah, I think 600 plus. Yeah, USD.
Amazing. So, what can we expect in terms of since now we are doing Nirvana covers, we're in a band again, and of course we are going to plan to audition bands from around Asia and beyond to actually come on this particular show, Nirvana Show podcast. Who have you actually, cast your eyes on right now? Any interesting cover artists that have covered Nirvana and really gave it the, treatment that it deserves? Anyone caught your attention and you would like to invite them to this program?
To be honest, there are too many out there, and the bands are amazing. I mean, I'm just looking at just Asia itself, not talking about America or Europe. I think there are too many good artists that I'm not sure how we're going to audition or going to choose them, but probably have to come up with a way to, to be fair and get them on board. Yeah, because they are soloists, they are bands. Yeah.
So for how about Paul? For you, do you have any maybe a short list of bands that you think would be a good fit for this particular podcast? So maybe answer the questions that I actually just posed to you guys earlier and get them to actually riff on these questions and provide answers to these questions and actually let us know whether they are interested to even come on a virtual event such as a Nirvana tribute virtual event where we celebrate the legacy of Kurt Cobain by playing his cover songs.
Basically, I've seen a couple of YouTube videos. I like some of the covers, which kind of blends in modern music. You know what's happening right now into Nirvana songs. One of the particular bands I saw was Hermitude on Triple J with Jaguar Jones. I think her cover version of Heart-Shaped Box was out of this world. I mean, it was very daring. It was different. I think for the artist herself, she didn't really know what to expect because she was doing a very modern version of Heart-Shaped Box, but you know, she pulled it off so well. I would love to have her on the show.
What's her name again?
Jaguar Jones.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that you also sent me a link which is featuring this Hindustani recital style cover of All Apologies, I think.
Apologies, yeah.
And also amazing to hear, amazing to watch. I think they had like a chorus of singers, backing singers, and they turned the song completely into another animal, right? So that's another band that is under my radar at this moment. But of course, I've also, been eyeing this artist called I Am Kaweli. I think that's the right word for it. I think she's a Asian American or a Pan Island American singer songwriter who's now based in LA. Perhaps we can try to get her onto the show. But what I can say right now is that for the debut episode, right, of Nirvana Show podcast, we have our first guest that is confirmed so far. His name is Saul Montoya. This is the backstory about this particular musician. He's actually someone that I met randomly when I was in New York, I think a year ago, nearly 1 year exactly, a year ago. I was watching my bucket list band, Mr. Bungle, featuring Scott Yan, Dave Lombardo, Mike Patton. So what happens is that I showed up at a gig without a ticket, as usual. I went to the Rammstein concert the same way as well. I showed up without a ticket, and somehow or other I managed to get in because somebody, from my tribe would actually ask me, do you need a ticket? So this is exactly what happened. I was just outside the line, right? And just asking people around, do you have a ticket? Do you have a ticket? And Saul Montoya just stepped out and actually handed me a ticket. And he's the one that actually, offered me a chance to see my bucket list band. I was able to get in and watch the whole show. I think Full of Hell opened for the band during that gig. It was a memorable show. One of the last shows I managed to catch before the pandemic. He's a fan, of course. So what happened is that we still kept in touch on Facebook. And the other day was talking about his drum kit. I think he's reminiscing, missing his drum kit at home, and he's like missing playing music again. So he was telling me the story of him owning a pair of Dale Crover sticks. I think Dale Crover played on the album Bleach, right? I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Dale Crover. So he basically owned a pair of Dale Crover drumsticks, and he wants to come on to the podcast to tell us the story behind the sticks. At the same time, it'd be great for him to actually perform for us because he could actually play Nirvana covers. He used to cover About a Girl. So I think it would be a great micro moment if we could get him to talk about these two stories. At the same time, we'll probably be blasting him the questions that I've been blasting you guys here about like what ignited your passion about Nirvana, so on and so forth. So looking forward to that. He's trying to fix a date and a timing. Probably it will be this Sunday. Not sure about your schedule, but we can maybe sort it out later on after the program. But it'll be an exciting show to do. And of course, it'll be the start of maybe the process of doing a series where we interview all these artists and musicians who cover Nirvana songs, right? So are you excited about that?
Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah.
We're with you,
Awesome.
man. Okay. It's a very interesting concept. I mean, we love reaching out to people who are passionate about music. I mean, passion, it started from my family, but it spread it out to my friends, and we've been together for so many years. You see, because of the music that we love. It's not because of anything else. You see, and we'll always come together because we know, we each have this special thing with each other where we start talking about, these songs that we used to play and what the songs really mean. So it brings a lot of people together. Even now, I started my own family. My wife and my daughter has, formed that bond, the same bond, and the same thing that started from my father and my friends, and now even my own family. So that we want to do the same thing with all the fans all over the world who share the same passion with Nirvana music. We can come down and we can just talk freely, openly. You don't have to be afraid. We can make friends, and we can share our views and ideas. You see, and let everyone know that they're not alone in this.
Yes, and it's like a family affair, right? Because everyone who listens to Nirvana probably feels that they belong to the same tribe or the same family. So how about for you, Andre? Are you looking forward to this as well?
Definitely looking forward to this. Looking forward to April and our next practice session.
Yeah, I'm already looking forward to our next session and trying to nail that drum track. Of course, the drumming for school, right, at the right tempo. So I think hopefully we can crush it during the next jam. So what are the other cover songs that you guys plan to cover? Like other than school, any other Nirvana songs you have selected?
Frankly, we've not really thought about it yet. I mean, we were concerned about getting people to come on board, and we want to showcase them. So we'll see how it goes. And definitely we'll do a cover or so, but we'll try to do it in our own way. Make it try to blend in some of our personalities into the music, to the song itself.
Fantastic. We have 5 minutes to go. So any last message for anyone who's tuning in right now about this particular podcast, Nirvana Show, as well as, the virtual event, which is a Nirvana tribute concert, right, which will be streamed live featuring bands from across Asia and beyond covering Nirvana songs. Any last message?
For me, I really hope that I get to meet more Asian bands which does Nirvana covers, and we can come together and show the world that we've got it all. See?
Fantastic. Andre?
Yep, same here. Looking forward to see more members, like you said, tribe, coming forward to this festival in April.
Fantastic. I'm also just like you guys, right? I'm 100% behind this project and behind supporting everyone else as well. I think it's important to always put a spotlight on other people. So if they become successful, perhaps this event or this live festival will also be successful. In a way, we are all trying to figure this out, yeah? And to see what works. And of course, with these bands on board, through auditioning them or just, communicating with them on the Nirvana Show podcast and building that relationship. And then having that bond, if it clicked, right? Just like how it clicked for us when we covered the school at your office jamming studio. You probably will allow us to extend an invite to them immediately, even halfway or during the show, during the taping of the Nirvana Show podcast, to say that, hey, we want you to be on our live tribute concert to Nirvana. And are you up for it or not? If they say yes, immediately we have one guest confirmed that we can announce for this event that we want to do, I think, during the first week of April, right? Because it coincides with the 27th anniversary of Kurt Cobain's passing.
Yep.
That's right.
Awesome, guys.
Thank you so much for agreeing to do this with me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks for everything.
I know it's a huge relief that finally it's done, and really appreciate
It's difficult. It's difficult. But I mean, we're willing to step out of our comfort zone. And we've never done this before. We're just going to do it because it's a passion project, something that it's close to our heart. So we're going to go all out for this.
Very nice. I think the fact that we are doing this together actually builds our confidence to do crazy things together. I think the podcast, small baby step. Second crazy thing we're going to do together is it will be the biggest scale live stream event, right? Where we feature all these bands across Asia. So thank you again, Andre. Thank you again, Paul.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Good night.
I'll see you in the next studio. Yeah. Goodbye.
All right. Cool. Bye.
Bye. Bye. And that's the cast of my co-host of the Nirvana Show podcast. So it's really sporting of them to agree to do this. And I actually tabled this idea just a week ago, and they say, yes, let's do it. And really sporting, really nice and very talented musicians, by the way. So I'm really looking forward to playing with them. And of course, to do this new series called the Nirvana Show podcast, where we bring on artists and musicians around Asia and beyond to basically talk about how Nirvana ignited their music passion, and of course allowing us to also invite them or find out whether they're suitable to be featured during our next Nirvana tribute concert event festival in April. So that's gonna happen in the next couple of months. Lots to look forward to in 2021. I think that's what doing podcasting is all about, right? This collaborative spirit, this doing crazy stuff together, this sense of belonging and tribe that emboldens every one of us to just come out of our comfort zone and just do creative things and build things from scratch and from nothing. I think it's possible that if we make the first small step and just start something, it might grow into something bigger. We don't know. So we are eager to find out as well. So hopefully you guys will stay with us and also listening in to our Nirvana Show podcast. It's about 4 a.m. right here in Singapore. I have another, I think, 12 more guests for day 2 of this second virtual event of the PodFest Asia, Asia's first ever podcast festival. So lots more guests coming on who will bring their experience and their nuggets and their wisdom and, of course, their resources and knowledge to share with our audience. So I'm feeling a little bit sleepy, but I think with some coffee, I'll be kept awake in 2 hours' time. So I'll see you guys shortly, yeah? And thanks to our sponsor member. Oh, point at the right way. Right. Thanks to Bryan Barletta. Thanks to Sounds Profitable for joining us as a sponsor member. So there are many other sponsor members I would like to thank. So I'll actually present them later on during the rest of the podcast festival. I'll see you guys shortly. Goodbye.